Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat cake, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today. Spoon TV. This one you got today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Balabadibadiba. Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Kuwa. Let's say kuwa, go to there.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tunnel with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat cake, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? This one you got today.
Spoon TV.
This one you got today.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balabadibadiba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon
Kudileo. Kua, Kudileo.
To the school to get your information. To the school to be part of
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stan Tony with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To the school to get your information. To the school to be part of our discussion. School television. School radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kiribamba, kiribamba, kiribamba. Kiribamba, kiribamba, kiribamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
School TV.
Yes, what you back today?
School TV. School
Skidibidi dabado.
School TV. School entertainment.
Kua. Let's say kua today.
To the school to get your information. To the school to be part of our discussion. School television. School radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon.
You wanna get a news update? Tuto Spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you back today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balabadibadiba.
Spoon.
Kidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuba. Bese Kuba, come today. Kuba, come today.
12 minutes down, 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is the 3rd day of April, 2024. So we are in the 4th month of the year, and gradually, 2024 is winding down. A pleasant night to you, wherever it is you listening to us from across Liberia, whether you're listening to Spoon 107.5 FM, or better still Fabric 101.1, or Super 95.5 FM. It's a pleasure coming your way. Those of you listening to us across frequencies all across Liberia, relaying the station like Trust 88.7 there in Bombing County, Gibi 90.9 FM in Margibi County, Turn Radio 104.7 FM there in Grand Crew County, plus a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. We'd love to say you're welcome, irrespective of wherever it is you're listening to us from. Those of you watching us via Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, or better still on YouTube via Spoon Talk, we'd love to say pleasant afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you, depending on the time zone, wherever it is you're watching us from. This is the nation's biggest talk show. This is the talk of all of the talks. This is the Spoon Talk here across the Spoon Network. My name is Diamond Slanger, and I'm producing tonight. Before we pursue any further, before we push any further, let me say happy birthday to you, Mrs. Lucky Kipart. Today you celebrate your birthday. I want to wish you all of the best. Deacon Lucky Kipart of the Lakbasi Community Church, wishing you all the best this year. Be far better than all of the other years and years to come. May you enjoy the graces of life. And to everybody else celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday to you. Well, I have got an announcement from the National Port Authority to read, and that will kickstart the show. I do see Mr. Dwalu in the background, but a lot of things happening in the country. There's pictures, speak 1,000 words or 10,000 words, or you can look at pictures and depict whatever story you want to tell from the pictures. But what's going on? Well, you get a baby picture, see all kinds of pictures on social media. In fact, the person who took those pictures, they should be given the paparazzi award for the year, because you can clearly tell that those pictures were taken from a moving vehicle. Yeah, they were taken from a movie vehicle, so that person probably might have slowed down and took a burst of pictures, and they put it in sequence. But whatever the case is, the picture subject to so many different interpretations, but that person there, they get talent for photography. Oh Lord. So now you sit and you think about the whole smartphone business, everything. You wish we went back to Nokia 3310 in those days that they had to take the picture, take it to the photo studio, print it, process it, and do all sorts of things, and it takes a picture boy. But it's now with smartphone, yeah, easy. You get a baby. You get a baby. All right. Let me read this announcement from the National Port Authority quickly, and we can move into trending issues across the country. Yeah. Mr. Dwalu, I see you in the background.
Tommy, so leave me out. Don't bring me in for you. I want to do you get dog.
Eh?
I scared of man, you go.
Press conference coming up to address that picture.
Okay, I told you. It making all scared or small. I'm gonna be like, brother, can't take picture. They say that. That's your part though.
You know the picture I enjoy of all those pictures?
You know.
I enjoy two. The one that you can clearly see the guy saying, Honorable Koluba, oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. They say, oh, shake my hand. Yeah.
Maybe that you get this, nobody don't even know, or like you get somebody.
Me, I'm saying that a relative or not a relative. I'm just saying you can look at the pictures and you come up with your own interpretation as to what was the storyline. You know, you create a clipboard. You know, they say. I'm just more concerned about the sequence. You know, the way the person took their time to capture each and every moment, and it's in a sequential form. You know, you can see that okay, this is this and this and this and this, but you can clearly see when the guy called and the guy said, Honorable Koluba, they turn like this. You're looking in the guy's direction, and then the guy came to him and shook his head. Yeah. That my two picture down there for that whole sequence.
Okay, but that was something, you know, today happening. I saw you at a location with some demolitions going on. I just want to get some details to that because it was like, whoa, that's a lot of properties were broken down today. A lot of people are hurt. I don't know what's going on.
It is a legal demolition that is going on.
Correct.
Let's get that straight.
Correct.
It's a legal demolition that is going on, as an opinion was rendered by the Supreme Court of Liberia in a land dispute between the administrators of the interstate estate of one Mr. Joseph, Gay, and they had this legal battle ongoing for years. I can't tell you the exact number of years, but I spoke with a representative of the family who was there, but chose not to be identified because in those kind of situations, you do not want, to be seen as posturing and putting up your chest, and then you might be subject to attacks.
Correct.
So this person, said this whole litigation started from 2020. That was what he said, but others are saying it has dated back to 15, 20 years. But I'm speaking from what I was told. They came to that property 2020 to do a survey of their land. And then they were challenged as to the ownership of the property. So the case then went from the lower courts up to the Supreme Court of Liberia, and the Supreme Court rendered a verdict on the 23rd of September 2022, awarding full ownership and possession to the administrators of the Gay Interstate Estate, 13.70 acres of land. You're talking about an entire community. I walked the length of that community, from the little bridge around the Catholic Junction, Catholic Hospital Road, going all the way to the beach.
Wow.
That's the length.
That's huge.
That's very, very huge.
But Dama, I don't want to interrupt you though. Just out of curiosity, because I saw the properties, and this is a court action, and we always saw with the court. But I'm going to say this: how can they sit there for decades, literally, and people just built all the way, and nothing is done, and now thousands, if not millions of dollars are literally just thrown away, and people, I saw properties outside. Don't get me wrong, if you sit on somebody's land, the person should reclaim the land if that's what the case is, if that's what the law is. But by the same token, I think the government should rush to abort this issue or adjudicate this issue before people built and built and built and built. That's the only thing I see with that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, there is this saying that you don't take your feelings to the job.
Correct.
But in instances as such, like one of what happened today, you do take your feelings to the job. Like seeing people being ejected, ousted. But again, to answer your question, these cases, many of which take years of litigation.
Correct.
Especially when it comes to provision of evidence and claims and counterclaims, going as far as the Supreme Court is not a day's event. There will be injunctions here, injunctions there, and all of these things. And you should also take into consideration, Mr. Dwalu, that some family members have been out of the country for years on end, without having any eyes or ears back home. And people took advantage of this fact. That's why I said today, as we continue to enjoy peace in our country, which we should and we will be enjoying, you see many of these cases coming up because people are returning, people are coming with their documents, people are coming to fact check, people are coming to reclaim, and then you see many of these things happening. This was just a sad reality as to, when you own a property, make sure that you know what you're doing and how you are. But I saw a lady lose her house in the twinkle of an eye. The house is not even completed, but she roofed it 98%.
Wow.
And within 1 minute, Mr. Dwalu, that house was gone.
And you know how long it took her to do that? Just think about it. I want
Just
you to
think
think
about
about it. Yeah. I mean, like I said, the courts. No, this is why we always say the court process has to be fair, consistently, because when the court renders a judgment, this is the final thing that's going to happen to that person. So the issue of being fair, for me, I don't know the details of the case, but I just saw my people crying today. And the thing is, I'm going to say this, even behind the ministerial complex, people build this. I think this one belongs to the government. People have built and built all across the country. People just go and take on people's land and build there. These people are going to come and claim the land. Even if it takes 5-6 years through the court process, they're going to claim those land, and you're going to lose a lot of money. A lot of people cry today. Like you say, you cannot take emotion to these things because it is the law. But damn, that was a lot of property, Diamond. I watched a video, maybe about 60%. There was a lot of property being demolished. Yeah.
And what you saw being demolished was just an average of 10 to 15%.
Wow.
Of the total number of properties, on that land. We're talking about 13.7 acres of land.
In the middle of town, too.
The middle of town. The Catholic Junction the Catholic Community Block D. The entire Block D. Houses as per my visual valuation, you see houses above 100,000, 150,000, huge structures and all of these things. And what happened as I listened in and we were honing in and listening in was that probably all of those properties will not be demolished, but I saw the 21st century Passover happen in front of me.
Wow.
Yeah. People were using charcoal to mark their names on the houses. There were few AFL soldiers who marked their names on their houses, AFL Sigwe, AFL this, AFL Cobra, to clearly point out that the soldiers, and they were pleading, they wore their full uniforms and their houses were spared. Probably there will be renegotiation, there will be repurchasing and all of these things happening. But there were some houses that were marked to be demolished, whether or not they were hostile during the process of litigation or something happened. But it was crazy today. It was crazy today. And it's a reality that we all need to, brace ourselves for. If you're buying a property, some people said there were squatters on the land. They had squatters' right. They were paying taxes. Others said, they bought the land from someone else and all of this. And one person raised a question like, oh, how can one person own 13.7 acres? There are people who own 200 acres, 300 acres, 150 acres. If you bought it legally, it's yours. There's no limitation in Liberia as to how much land one person can own.
Yeah.
But it was really, it was gut-wrenching today.
I just hope the courts continue with this fair adjudication along the line. If they're going to do this, they should do it. But I want to say this to people though: if you bought property, this is my hypothetical guess. Just go there. If you bought property anywhere from Relay all the way to town, all the way to Dukov, and you was not done property, most of those people that left the country will come back to the country. If you're sitting on the land and they have rights to those lands, they're going to reclaim those lands. They don't belong to you. I know it's taking decades. Some people left the country. You take somebody's land, you bought it from the drunk son, and you think now you own that property. The person can come back legally and reclaim that property legally. So there's just a lot of things to be said. But for me, it set my heart back today. But the law is the law at the end of the day. Damon, let me recognize some of my people, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, before you do that, Mr. Dollar, I beg you, let me read my NPA announcement quickly.
Yep.
This is an assignment that will end officially on Friday. So let me just let me read this announcement quickly from the National Port Authority. It says the management of the National Port Authority wishes to inform the general public about an ongoing verification and regularization exercise that seeks to ensure accountability, for the monthly disbursement of payments to all of its legitimate pensioners or retirees. In view of this exercise, all pensioners or retirees are asked to visit the Human Resource Department of the NPA at the Freeport of Monrovia, Bushrod Island for verification. The exercise runs from Monday, March 25 to Friday, this coming Friday, April 5, 2024, between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. Any proxy and or authorized representative of a pensioner or retiree residing out of Liberia must come along with legitimate and verifiable evidence or documents. As part of this verification and regularization exercise, the management of NPA will visit the homes or residence of critically ill pensioners or retirees with disabilities. There will be absolutely no excuse and extension to the 2 weeks period for this exercise. Thanks for your understanding and cooperation. Signed, Malcolm W. Scott, Director of Public Relations, NPA. So my people that are there. If you retire from NPA, you're working for them before, they're saying, please go there. The SSR finishing on Friday. If you haven't gone there and we don't count you, you have yourself to blame. So go there. If you're sick, the NPA people saying they'll come to your house. Someone asked a critical question on yesterday. Whether if you're sick and you in Maryland or you in Buchanan or you somewhere, the NPA will come there. That is the reason. It's 2 weeks. You should have communicated. Let them know where you are, as the NPA has got branches in Buchanan, in Sino, and in Maryland, and they'll come and find you. If you're critically ill and you have a proxy who's going there for you, that person should provide all of the evidence to the effect so that they either find you or they use the hospital documents to verify that indeed you are a legitimate pensioner from the NPA. So you please take advantage of the exercise so that you can say, I didn't know. Then they not put your knee in the system and your lating is what to be getting, you lose it. Right. Mr. Witherspoon, Boom Burger, what's up, Chief?
How you doing, brother? Hey, Cleo, what's up, mama?
Dama, thank you. Dualu, how you doing? How you call it? I think I have to seek my pension from NPA. And I appreciate the information. Do me a favor, Dama, since I'm not in the country. Please go and do justice.
What kind of way you doing the NBA?
NPA, not NBA.
Yeah, NPA. What kind of way you doing it?
I cannot disclose it, man.
You know, taking people back around, jumping in the ocean and swimming with it.
I cannot disclose it, but I think I have to call. What's the manager name again?
Dukley.
Dukley, right?
Yeah.
I have to call Dukley seriously because I have, I retired from that place. And, I worked there for 20 some more years, and I think I'm entitled to my retirement. I will call Dukley that he can look into it. And let's be fair, bro. A lot of folks in Liberia supposed to be on Social Security benefit. We gotta ask DeWitt why he's not giving the people their money. But he giving grace pay $117,000. But I will need that one, right? So now I see Dualu shaking your head because Dualu makes.
I remember ask my people it's better.
I remember way back. Get your chance here today, back, please. Get your chance here today. I retired from the guy. The person said I was doing security job.
But you see somebody say, Capone Johnson say he won't fire you in boxing. I know.
Man, listen, something happened today. Damn. Somebody reached out to me. The person that took Yeke picture. Damn, can you upload those photos before I bring the guy on? The guy that took that picture.
Let me look for the picture then. The
picture in the chat room. Don't even look for it. Just right in the chat room. No.
You can't even test the man small set to say, oh, let me log you.
No, I really don't want to talk about it, but the person that took the picture, right, reached out to me. The original
paparazzi.
Yeah, original paparazzi, exactly.
The paparazzi. I want to ask you whether he's a UP man or whether he's a CDC man. I want to jam him because I will defend Yeke today.
Thank you.
Oh, well, Fatima left.
Fatima coming back.
I want to defend Yeke today. Not only that he's my brother-in-law, but I see no crime in that picture.
I agree.
Seriously.
I agree.
Me, I have my nieces and a baby, they marry, they get children, everything. Imagine if one of them come to me, and I want to hold this guy. I want to hold him so hard. If one of them come to me and say, Uncle Stanton, I say, where are you? They say, oh, I just from school. I say, oh, I'm the Boulevard Parties. Come to Boulevard Party and take motorbike, I will pay. Then they take my picture. So what would people think about me?
I'm scared right now, Stanton.
To be fair, I disagree. I'm so happy that he got me. I will beat on him today. I say it right now.
But you got a baby. But you got a baby.
You got a baby. You got a man.
You got a man.
You got a baby. But no, folks. I mean, for the fun of it though, and I think I suspect something for the guy that took the picture. It looked like he was chasing that lady too. Who knows? Maybe the guy was chasing the lady and then you can't go.
You can play for you.
You can do before grab on him. I mean, Fatima,
I think what you talk are true. Anybody can be in like, bro, anywhere there's something in your picture, you go post on Facebook. They say, oh, Dwalu, Parisa, Emma Mezuba, television, say, oh, Dwalu's are suspicious. They teach you, there's no place for to bow. That's the
I'll tell you the truth. Dwalu drove in from the spoon company. You were right there. I think that your niece were in the car, right? We got the video.
Oh, man. You got to do it?
We got a video. We got a video. Remember, I put a good picture there up, remember. So, listen. Let me bring the gentleman on. Let's ask the gentleman. All right, so wait, we'll put the picture down small, Damo. Put the picture down small. Let's welcome. But Mohammed, how you doing? How are you today?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good. I know we had you yesterday.
How you doing, Dwalu? How are you, Fatima?
How you doing, bro?
Of the fire
Damo,
situation, we had you yesterday. But welcome to the show. And we're starting too early because this story is too interesting. Even Donald never had a time set to even welcome anybody. Were you the one that you took all those photos on Yeke Koluba?
Oh yeah, today. Yeah, I did.
Where were you?
Where did you let the water trot in?
Yeah, where were you?
Oh God! Let me get you my tea.
So I was doing some runs around Cinco, and to be honest, the fast mode were not giving me today, and not job me. Yeah, you are giving me hell.
You're hungry.
It was not easy. So I made a pit stop at this place, this Kelvin Bureau on 15th Street, opposite the Royal Hotel.
Opposite Royal.
Yeah. So while sitting in the car, and then I saw this girl. I saw her first, and like just a glance. And then when I turned back to talk to the person I was talking to, before to get back on the road, I saw the honorable. And you know that our man now, so the men are celebrities, so we have to take his pictures. So it was not about the girl. It was about me seeing him taking his pictures. And I don't
know, man. You see, Yeke every day you take a picture. Only today you gotta take a picture. Yeah, we believe that one. But go ahead.
Yeah, but that was it, basically.
So, do you have any recording?
No. I didn't take any recording.
Did Yeke see you?
Mohammed.
No, my car is tinted, so I'm not sure you see me.
Mohammed.
Yes, sir.
I know your camera correct. I won't be your friend. I'm gonna be taking.
Yeah. So, Mohammed, so at the end of the day, though, you took Yeke picture. Did you call him?
No, but why would call Yeke? Yeke don't seek approval from anybody when you're ready to do anything.
Oh,
So you
I
took your
do,
picture.
man.
Santo,
Yeah.
the earring ain't Glenny ear at 2 million. I want you to make that notation.
I declare access, my brother. 2 million, my class said at 10 million. Even my lipstick at 50,000.
There what?
So, but Mohammed, though, at the end of the day, right?
Yes, sir.
You decide to share the photos.
Yeah, the honorable lawmaker now.
Okay, why that Jesus do?
You know, the thing was, I was shocked when I saw him without security. He alone driving his own car. So it was
Hey,
something
you
like,
fasting too?
yeah, it was not easy.
And then I break down
Who you think the younger is though?
Actually, I don't know her.
Her niece.
Okay. Which school you
I was
think?
just taking his
Which school
pictures
uniform? Which school uniform is that?
I really didn't picture which uniform was it.
I
But
know
it was
the
something
SDA,
like
right?
white and blue.
Damo, which school you think? SDA?
The color looks purple and white and somewhat purple and white like that. So I don't
No,
really.
it was something like navy blue and white. Navy blue and white.
But let me zoom the picture and try to see if I can get something from the
No,
time.
man, I don't want you showing her face, man, Damo.
I'm not showing the face. I'm talking about on my phone, not on.
Oh, wow. Fatima, welcome to the show. What do you think, Fatima?
Yeah, can I, baby?
No, like I can be baby.
My brother Mohammed was just, when he fasting and that, then we give you all hard time just now. I say yeah too. Yeah, but you can just be mischievous sometimes. You just want to do something. He was trying to make sure that he distract himself from the fast. So he was just taking picture, that random picture. Now a lawmaker, he see with security. So he said, let me just
I see the man with no security.
Yeah.
So it shocked me actually. Yeke with a tough talking lawmaker that doesn't have no security. He drive himself. So I was like, wow.
He doesn't care. Yeke fear nothing.
But that was the only reason I took his picture.
How long you think the lady was in the car for? How long?
No. The last picture, it was her grabbing onto the handle of the car door. That was it. I had to pull off.
Oh, you left them?
Yeah.
But we get another picture that they were standing outside though.
I think it was someone that recognizes the honorable and said, "Oh," then he tried to shake the person's hand.
No. How many photo? Because we have another picture that they were standing outside and the lady get doing a selfie with Yeke like this. You the one that took the other picture, right?
Yeah, I did.
Glenny, welcome to the show, Glenny. What do you make of this story?
I was just reading. Somebody said they get out. Yeah, get security.
Oh, okay.
Me ain't get nothing to say. The man and I'm baby.
No.
What do you say?
The only problem I get, we need to pose a moratorium on the phone in La Bureau. You get Mohammed there. Look, let me tell you something. On my uncle, they just be fasting, they can be very. So I don't want to go fasting, they can be damn very. So like if you taking a camera, if you taking a picture, but man, that thing shouldn't mean anything. They could be the Yage's niece on a serious note.
Yeah.
Listen, anybody, man.
Listen, a disclaimer, right? I'm not saying
correct.
A disclaimer. I'm not saying this girl has anything to do with Yeke.
Correct.
The only reason I took those pictures were because he didn't. I didn't see him with any security. He was driving himself.
You are concerned about his well-being. That's true.
Yeah, like I have a friend that every time we go out, he just take random pictures all over. He say for security reason. I don't know why he does that. So maybe that's what I was doing.
Yeah, but notwithstanding though, either or, I just want to say, man, you took a picture that went viral today. To tell you the truth, in the social media Liberian community. You did extremely well. Yeke is my brother-in-law. I don't know which one of my.
Yeke press conference.
No, but you know the country will not born. The country will not born. Face the country.
Yeah, but I really think that for me, I can defend Yeke in a which way because I know I have nieces in the country, that in the 30th, in their, high-end 20s and things. So when they come around, you people will just think otherwise. I believe, Yeke was being very calm. Maybe he related to her. Notwithstanding, we just
You're not making it. You're not making it.
I will make it. I'll make it already. I'll make it already. I have make it already. Thank God for that. So the issue is I don't want to be like Glenny there that try to put something.
I beg you. And that inside got nothing to say.
But you bounce again. We are getting information that the young lady spoke. She spoke, Diamond. Did you see that?
No,
we are getting.
I was just following that for the fun aspect of it. But
yeah, we are getting information that she came out and she said something.
The comments are riot. I'm telling you, the people in the comment, they can say we buy on the show, but the people in the comment, they all podcast. Thank you.
But I still believe. But Mohammed, man, you got anything to add? I still believe you did something good today. If you are in New York right now, you're going to be making a lot of money from that picture. If there was any one of the congressmen in New York that you took that picture on, you're going to make a lot of money from this thing. But like, bro, will pull Yeke when I give you
you're talking about honorable just now. He said I get like security.
Put him on.
Put him on.
Call Yeke party. You can come in.
He said we're on the general minister calling
just on Monday today. No talking for me. I'm tired.
But it's surprising that Yeke refusing to come on. There may be something in the story.
Thank you, CEO.
No, it is surprising.
No, he said not today. He said today.
No, I don't want him to come on. But it's surprising that Yeke choose not to say anything, Mohammed. Yeke. No, it's surprising that you refusing to talk and the big story. And I say you, my brother-in-law, that guy could be your security or your niece, or your family member.
I'm a public figure.
Yeah, so what I say?
I want to say I'm a public figure.
So who's the lady? Who's the lady in the photo?
He said Monday we're dressing.
The person people think she is to me now, who she is to me.
But who she is to you? Why?
Sunday 4 o'clock.
Your press conference is when?
4 o'clock.
Sunday
Monday.
4 o'clock.
But wait, Fatima,
the biggest press conference ever in my political life.
You said Sunday 4 o'clock?
Sunday 4 o'clock will be one of the biggest press conference ever in my political life.
But why you waiting for Sunday if we talk about story that broke today?
No, Sunday 4 o'clock. What are you rushing for? Like you want to have press conference?
No, but my thing is that your niece?
I want to tell the bro who the woman is to me. We go to the hotel, we went to her home.
The gentleman, but you were at Royal Hotel. We saw the hotel. The gentleman that took the picture, he's on the show. That Mohammed Bar.
Can you please wait for my press conference,
brother-in-law?
Yeah.
Did you break the law
To
today?
be very frank, I don't want to talk to any press until Sunday. I will call you my brother-in-law. I want people to call.
All right, I respect you, brother-in-law. But I defending
You
you.
hear me on any radio station. And let me say this to the public. My press conference on Sunday will be one of the biggest ever in the history of the country.
So you address this issue?
Oh yeah, it will be addressed.
Did you pay the motor? Did you pay the motorbike guy? Did you pay the motorbike?
I did everything. I paid the hotel bill and all.
Why did she enter your car? Why?
No, I said I'll talk to the president. You want me?
No, I didn't ask you. Did she enter? Did she enter your car? That's my last question.
She entered the car because you know when you kill that time they get medal from it all, they get our sister there.
Yeah, bye.
Hey, one you
Oh man. So Yeke said wait for his press conference on Sunday 4 p.m. But again, to each his own, man. Listen, if you are like Fadiga, Yeke will say that he saved your life because you were on drugs. So we gotta let it walk.
Pleading the fifth. Eduardo pleading the fifth.
Eduardo, why you couldn't answer my question? You scared?
I'm stupid. You get out there.
I told you.
Oh Lord, have mercy. Mama, thank you. Thank you for breaking the story, man. It's good seeing you
Okay,
again.
Ramadan Mubarak, Fatima.
Oh man, you get that baby. You put you ready to start saying nonsense. I wish it's not true. Yeah. But folks, welcome to Spoon Talk. Do your thing, man. Welcome your people.
Well, the people, most of them here, Fatima will help me. Stacy, Scar, my own Jew Claire. How you doing, Mama? Welcome to the show. I see Gabriel, Wama, Nima Piquet. Welcome to the.
Yeah.
First of all, everybody in outside of Monrovia, especially San Luis, Grand Crew, Maryland, River Says up in Nima, Lupa County. You're welcome to the show as well. I see Kuka Watson. How are you doing, Momohina? Serena Zizi, John K. Wright, Mr. Wright, how are you doing? Nicholas Brown, Nelson Fokpa, PK Dumpster, Cole Gloria Voca Moba, how are you doing, Cole? Mary Finda, welcome to the show. I see my Janet's son, Baker Ramsey, how are you doing? Samuel Nam, Nelson Fokpa, I think I said your name already, Sako Bala. So George S. Tengwe, hey, my own brother, what's going on over there in Hanover, Germany? I see Isaiah T. Sumo, Lucina Red, Bonamasa Kwe, Edgar Suma. Welcome to the show. Everywhere you are, man. You're welcome. You're welcome. Fatima, you want to call some of these people's name or what?
Yeah, my Lucinda Red. That's my Oma. Just say welcome to the show. John Williams, Levette Miller, Donaldson Kessley, Elijah King, Roof. That enter Roof? I say enter Roof. Oh, yeah. Byron, G. Taylor Jr., Sandra Garwa, Dukle Wule, Musa Fakoli Saka, Ro Teasley, Elizabeth J. Peters, J. Carter, Arch Cheer, Unbreakable Tap, I say. One thing I love Sekou Sharif, Phoebe, my cousin Phoebe Warete, and I mean Momo Kessley, all of you, thank you for always being here to grace on Spoon Talk. Dallas King, Irene Sickle, John Bapu, I see one man Armstrong, Y. Binder, Cornelius Hunter, Amelia Curtis, D. Lois Johnson, Morris County, Dorothy Bishop, Siliki V. Keller. You're welcome to Spoon Show. We're here today. We're here a little bit early. We just want to say welcome to Spoon.
You know, Glendy, so just to get off the Yeke story, Yeke said he wrote a letter to the First Lady, right? He said she should leave the president. I think on this note, we should start writing a letter to Yeke Wef in Ghana that she should leave Yeke. Yeah, I'm thinking about it now, you know. You know, he said it.
You know what happened?
He did. You get
a relative. You get another relative. Me, I want you to cost me something. I'm begging you, please. I get nothing to say. You're the general minister. Reach out to Yeke.
But why would general minister reach out to Yeke? What does it have to do with general minister?
In uniform. What she doing with the representative?
You don't know her age now. Don't do that.
I'm just saying a student. She's student.
She's student. You see uniform.
In uniform.
No. Hold on, one minute now. If she is in 12th grade, is it a problem? And she's 18 or 19 years, so is it a problem?
I don't know. But you asked me
But you can go and call general minister. And thank God Yeke is listening to you and answer you on Sunday.
I'm begging you. Yeke, don't follow you.
Listen, you are trying to tie Yeke to a student. And now you say you're begging again. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? I'm not saying, listen, man. Anyway, let's leave that because I don't want to get Eduardo in situation. You know, Spoon Company gets CC camera, right? All over. And Eduardo took this SUV. And I do believe that maybe that was Eduardo's niece. I don't know who was sitting.
I'll tell you what to your compound.
On the in
But all the hotel Maria, I tell you, you all right?
no, you just went to say hi to Manatiti. You know?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, man, let's check this thing back.
Mm.
But again, we were trying to bring it.
But I would, I can say you carry it to Farmington.
You guys who cares something from
You say they get what you get from me, don't
I
win
mean, our sister.
That a guest sister.
Okay, so let me explain this story.
I got a pro now.
Farmington is a place I have never ever slept. All my time in Liberia. So we're leaving, coming back to the state, right? We went there with Kev Hassan and everybody else, right? We were leaving. So you get decided to Asedo, Yeke Koloba, you know the whole group. They said they would take us to the airport. So we're waiting. After you check in, you gotta wait till 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock because you wait for the plane. So we said, let's go to Farmington to eat. We went in the back of Farmington and we were eating. And everybody that passed Yeke would say, oh, come meet our CEO, come meet our person, come meet this person. Nah. We can't anybody to Farmington. We had Timothy and George, Ben Senvi, I say everybody. We were just there eating.
I like that executive suite though. That executive suite is very beautiful.
Yeah, not Farmington. I never stayed at Farmington.
Slept there. The day I was coming, my flight was at 7 a.m. So of course my uncle Wilson Tapper rented an executive suite for me.
Wilson Tapper that you attacked.
That's my father's. That's all my uncle's brothers that went to school together with me. And he had.
But you didn't
rented an executive.
Hold on, Fatima. Hold on. Now let's forget about your executive suite. You didn't know you were related to Wilson Tapper and you're attacking like that.
No, I didn't attack him. When it comes to Liberia, we have to speak the truth. I didn't attack him.
If that be the case, if you have to speak the truth, Fatima, you have your brother. Hold on, let's talk one at a time. Your brother at LDC, they're making $11,000 every month, working along with Money Captain. Joseph Boaka, the president, appointed somebody as the new CFO, and the 14 men they appointed, and they refused for the man to take the position. If you make Liberia number one, why you can't tell your brother to leave? That's not a power farm.
Let me ask you a question. First and foremost,
no, answer my question now.
My brother is not beholden to LDC, nor is LDC beholden to
so
him.
Why is he still? Why is he leaving?
Sees fit that my brother should leave, he will leave. Who? But by the way, who's my brother that's at LDC that you're talking about?
Oh, now you don't know.
I'm just asking because you always putting Pambota and Kasali together. They don't make.
That's a good mixture anyway. Pambota and Kasali. I just trying to be fair.
Prince says CEO, he won't come for you. He say you come for his bestie Fatima, he coming for you. Right
there. Prince Maxwell.
Prince, are you ready again? Prince Jimmy,
you said Prince. I just said Prince Maxwell.
Prince, please take it easy with my bestie Fatima CEO.
I just try to be fair. Your brother work alongside with Money Captain. The city is stay in darkness. He making $11,000 a month. The city is stay in darkness. He been there since Charlie King Town. The city is stay in darkness. He said he's the best CFO. But why are time now? So can you tell your brother that he one of those that failed the Liberian people at LDC?
Oh boy, you get knocked that out.
Thank you.
You try to counter or defend, right?
Why not defend?
President Boaka just say Molimi. Yeah, one of the President Boaka said leave Fatima alone. Me, I'm reading my book. Let me tell you something. You know me. I'm loyal to Liberia, period. If you think my brother is the problem to Liberia, remove him by all means. Okay, my brother is a well-learned, educated man. When we graduated back in the days, in real time,
I respect that.
He was the top of his class in Liberia.
I respect that. He
was the valedictorian in his graduate class.
I think he performing poorly because of his relationship, his working relationship with Money Captain. I think that's why he's performing poorly.
If he's a CFO, okay.
You say he's not. No, Fatima, hold on. Don't talk with us in cycle. Is he not the CFO?
You think I'm going to deny my brother? My brother is the CFO.
Well, you said if. So now I want you to be on record.
I was hypothetically speaking. I said
no, hypothetically speaking when it comes to Liberia. Speak your mind. Is he the CFO?
My brother is the CFO. Yes.
Thank you. Was he being replaced? Did President Bouakai replacing and saying somebody else?
Please show me that list. I don't know.
Okay. All right, let me pull it up.
Yeah, put it up.
So if you see it now, then you understand that you will tell your brother to leave the position, right?
What?
And respect President Bouakai's decision, right?
But what Fatih got to do?
Glenny, I'm gonna leave if this guy interrupt me again. For real. What they got defending Fatima?
Michael Bakala.
Lead our people that are following on. Let's do the talking. Fatima, Glenny like God says she joined in and she's saying nothing.
Fatima, it was a hello. Fatima answered
the
question.
You know, Liberian people, when you speak with passion, they say you. Me, I'm a guy. I don't curse people. I don't insult you.
No, you are very respectful. You are a very respectful person, Fatima. You're very. If anybody have ever,
I don't use curse words.
If anybody have ever dealt with you, Fatima, hold on now. Let me praise you. Right? You are very kind. You are very generous. You are a very respectful person. With all the talking you can talk, you really love Liberia. So we'll hold you to that. The love you get for Liberia will left for you to share with your family member. Then they will love Liberia.
My brother that job. He was streamed by the World Bank. He was selected to leave America, go and audit Liberia. And based on what he did there, he was streamed by the World Bank to head that job. And if y'all feel that at this point in time he's no longer needed, he would gracefully leave. Liberia first, Liberia last. But I think I'll be making a grave mistake because he is really good at what he does. But if y'all think otherwise,
okay, let me ask you.
You are joining the Eduardo plan.
So let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think Money Captain should stay at LDC?
With all of the things that you guys have been saying about him and the research that we've been
you have not said anything about him? You have not said anything?
I have. No. I've been researching. With all of the things, okay, with all of the things that have been coming out. And I did watch him on Capitol Hill that day when he went to speak to the Liberian people. I don't think he did enough. Because we've always known in Liberia that there is rainy and dry season. So when there is rainy season, you have to make sure you're working hard and planning.
So we passed that. So you, Money Captain, have performed well? To you, Money Captain have performed well?
I think dismally.
Should the president keep Money Captain?
Well, I mean, it's left with the president's discretion, but I think
you, as a panelist, the Liberian people crying about LDC. Should the president keep Money Captain?
Liberia needs a new direction, and if that does not include him,
I'm disappointed in you, Fatima.
Wait, Papa, don't ask for I will show you about. We even reach to you about. Wait.
I'm looking for something to say. Me and Aga always, he know me. I'm scared of him. But
should the president, Fatih, should the president maintain Money Captain?
No, he shouldn't. The Liberian people don't want him. No, he shouldn't.
If you are saying he shouldn't, then his group, including your brother, should the president keep them?
So be it. My brother is one man. Yeah, my brother is one man.
So be what? So be what? Should the president keep your brother?
At this point, the team have let the Liberian people down. If you think it will make Liberia better, so they all should go.
No, not us. As a panelist on the show, what we think? What you think?
I am saying Liberia needs listen to me. I'm serious.
I listen to you.
When it comes to me, y'all will get to understand me.
No, I listen to you.
First and Liberia last for me. Let me tell you something. If it was left with me, we will have a new breed of individuals running that whole country. They will overhaul the whole entire country. We will have new breed of young people. The cabinet, I saw the cabinet today. I was highly disappointed. So I'm just telling you, it will be if the right now the way LEC is going, they need a new management. If that includes my brother leaving, so be it. So be it. He's educated. He can always find something. So I'm not worried about him. But I think if he's part of the problem, so be it.
And again, I respect you. You always have my respect. You're my sister. I seriously do. You're very honest. One of the things that you're dishonored about, I'm going to put on the side because our family issue. But
No,
on the
I
show,
want the public to hear it. I ain't got no secret. Bring it up. I'm asking
sure?
you, I'm begging you, yeah.
Let's
Bring
see,
it up.
bring it out. Bring it out.
It's
You
better
sure?
for us to look
And
for
she
like
will
us to be
reciprocate, by
clean.
the way.
When I keep no secret for
She will
us to
reciprocate.
better Liberia, bring it us out.
Don't listen to the naysayers on the street trying to push a fire.
No,
If I
bring
say
it
I'm
out.
disappointed in you in something, all the thing I give you 99%.
I
But
agree.
then 1% is because of the AB business. But let's leave that one.
Put us
Oh,
out.
you laugh again.
You know, if my own spouse was not, you know, well bit to just love
Wait,
me.
the reason why I get talk free
You
there,
gotta
the
man
reason
with
why I get
just
talk free there, the reason why I get talk free there, your spouse.
everybody level can change. You say my level don't change. My level has changed. You know, every command at the children in pa.
Hey, but no, man, we get you look at that thing, man.
Oh, thank God
We
you
get
just
you
do
look at that
it.
thing.
My level
That
don't
thing,
change.
that thing, the only reason why you see we are free to talk because your own husband that wet man in Florida. You can't even watch spoon talk. If you're watching spoon talk, what's it going to come here? What's up? Dualu, how you doing?
I won't say nothing to his say.
Fadiga, thank you for joining us. Ava Tupa, what's good? You're ready to beat on Fatima now. I mean, you're always on the phone, but we can't be waiting for you. Fadiga, go ahead, talk to us.
People.
Well, I'm happy to be back to see all my good folks, Six Jemama, Dwalu, and Glenny, Fatima. Well, I would just do our intro. What's on your mind?
We're having fun right now, though. Tell us when will JB get you a job. That's all.
Well, I don't know. JB said I should wait. Got my letter on his desk. JB said we should wait, so we should wait. We'll wait. But a lot of things going on in Liberia. So,
what's that? Talk to us about some of them.
So many things. Every day is a new thing. I think the folks we have a lot of work. Liberia is a country that needs a lot of work. After 6 years of bad governance, Liberia is almost back to where it was probably around 2005. Every sector, everywhere needs to be rebranded, rebuilt, revitalized. Apparently, for the last 6 years, these guys just reduced their salary, and nothing seems to have worked. So we have a lot of work to do. It's not. It will go beyond 100. I think we need more than 6 years to solve some of those the major to get things going again before we even pick up. But I like where we are. I like the start, even though there are some things that I believe we could have done differently. But I think we need to pay attention to the Liberian people. I think the Liberian people elected us because they really mean it. Look, people think our electorates are not smart enough. They don't know what they are doing. But honestly, Liberians have one of the most politically savvy electorates. We spoke to them. We told them. They knew that George had all his usefulness. They saw right through him and they removed him. And the reason why the people keep having problems with politicians, there is this vicious cycle. We come, we preach, we say, this is the guy, and that guy come and we do the same old thing. I mean, we are just close to selling something there, so we have not made any mistake yet. But the reason some of us came down, and the reason I would encourage a lot of folks to come down, it doesn't have to be in government, it could be in private sector or anywhere, is because the Liberia that we envision, the Liberia that we want, will not come by miracle. It will come if all of us come here and do it one person at a time.
I agree.
Nothing is working here. Look, if you look on my wall, look, there's some common sense approach. Dwalu said something yesterday. I don't know whether people were listening. Dwalu said something yesterday that gave me sleepless night. We have challenges with fire. And Dwalu said, I don't know whether I think he was in somewhere in Asia, and these people just use well. And everybody doing it. I have a couple of family members that have this well. They stuff in that pump. And I'm like, this is smart. We do not have fire hydrant. This could be our fire hydrant in every community. So the next thing, government could just drill well in every few meters away. And we have this thing where anything have put something in there, boom, smart. But we always have to use foreign approach to our something. There's never a Liberian way. I'll stand our close on it.
Before you do that, though, let me say something to you. You get a mirror on the left side of the shoulder, somebody passing by. You want to reposition yourself?
No, nobody there is the wall.
No, you got a mirror right there. We see it in the mirror.
Nobody in the mirror. The thing won't look. I will not show the mirror. It's just a mirror design on the wall.
But it's showing on the other side. I'm helping you. Go ahead. You'll be another year.
Sendo, you will not see what in the mirror. There's a bed here, and what
you will be another yeke. I'm trying to save you. Go ahead.
I'm telling you, all that yeke are coming. Oh Lord, I'm one of the me person that will make yeke do his work. Honestly, the movement to make yeke do his work in the legend, we supported yeke. Yeke is our lawmaker who will make yeke work. Stand on. Let me finish with the thing, and we'll come to that yeke thing. And I did a post on Facebook. I like randomly test pimping radar for drugs, because of the way they do something or something. And it was a test. I knew that they randomly would have meant something in like 90% of the people in Liberia say yes. 90%. Stand on. You're trying to show the mirror here. There is nothing in this mirror. There is nothing on the reflection. It would not hold.
Somebody with here talking about behind you, know.
So everybody must just look. You just look at the mirror, okay? They will soon pass. Go ahead.
It's just a design on the wall. So as I was saying, I did this random, to pick the mark. 90% of the people in Liberia say, yeah, this is a brilliant idea. We need to do it. The next group of people were the people in the diaspora. Oh, you know what? That would be violation. Oh, do you have probable cause? And then I saw a few group of people that I would assume they were sedition or because now you're voters. And it had me thinking. The reason why we seldomly get anything done is because we have a one-size-fits-all. We have borrowed everything from the Americans, from the Western. And the reason why it makes sense to a lot of people on the ground is because when you walk around this town, I can remember on every given day, if you drive around, you'll probably see about 5 to 6 fatality. I'm not saying you're random accident, fatality for motorcycle. Yeah. Where you see some of the most outrageous things. I see people put mirror, whole car windshield on a motorbike. I see people put steroids.
Let's save some time. Let's bring somebody into Fadiga. Yeah, we'll get back to you. Let me bring in Auntie Mama.
You can get it. Yeah, bring Auntie Mama.
Thank you. Guys, we're just starting the show. Auntie Mama, what say you, man? Let me put you on the wide screen, on the big picture. Can you
you guys.
Yes, Auntie Mama, go ahead.
I was listening to you guys in the car when I was coming, and you were giving my mom hard time, my Benu, and I didn't like it. You were just questioning. I said, "Oh no, I gotta get it quick to help her." But however, I'm happy to be on the show, and I think that the MP issue should be discussed. Mini Captain need to go. He's a friend and brother, but he's not doing well. And the situation there, we cannot continue to. Last night I slept in darkness. My generator gave her last night because, of course, they're bringing in refurbished generator. So the new generator I bought, they gave her last night. They said the status is not working. So I slept in the dark last night. I couldn't sleep. It was really, really, really hot. And we need to bring new brains in, younger brains. Money is getting old now. He has enough money. He can make it on his own. No envy, no nothing, but we need to bring in new brains to take over LEC, or we privatize it, one of them.
Thank you, Auntie Mama. I'm going to bring Glendy. Glendy, come on the big picture. I just like for us to see our real self on the big screen. So Glendy, talk to us. Where are you today?
I don't even understand why you putting people on the big screen here for you today. You just let it
You,
gossip business.
you will understand. Do your talking.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. We're here again. I don't even know what to say. Take me from the
You
TM,
confused,
man.
huh? No, I'm not. No. You can talk behind the us, talk in front of us today. No
Hello,
jolly
everybody.
talking.
How you doing? It's good to be here to discuss the issues about Liberia. My earrings is 20 million. My glasses is 50 million. My hair tie is 50,000. My sweater here is 10,000. We're discussing our assets. That's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me bring in Dwalu. Dwalu, your intro, my brother, the Liberian flair, the dark money and everything plan attach something. We're seeing all your library, Dwalu. Talk to us.
No problem. My people, you're welcome from across the country. I will continue to say this every single chance that I do get. You don't push the issue, Liberia is not going to change. I don't care how much you pray or fast. If you want water in your community, you have to force the issue. If you want electrification, you have to force the issue. Every time we're in Liberia, we can get it right. This is 2023. There is no reason why somebody should tell you about a hydro during the dry season or the rainy season. There should be a consistency of electrification. We should get it right. Government is there to provide service to the people. If you're not getting the service from government, you have to push the issue. Every single society that has developed, the people push the issue, they force the issue. If you sit there and you feel God will descend from the heavens, it's not going to work. Not now, not ever. You must force the issue. Go to your legislator. They're getting paid so handsomely. I can't even describe how much money they get. They get paid so much money. You have to demand that they do work. Most of them sit there all week, go to work 2 times a week, and do absolutely nothing. We are electing the likes of Papi Solo to the legislature. I want you to understand what you're doing to yourself. This is a serious thing I'm telling you. These people, just imagine. I want you to think about something. You have a contract lawyer from Harvard, a contract lawyer from Oxford, sitting across the table from Papi Soto to discuss contracts as it relates to the private sector or as it relates to concessions.
You calling the lawyer's name? You call the legislature's Papi Soto?
I'll give it to Stanton. You zoom in.
I just asked my question. Let me bring in Asiva. Asiva, your intro, bro.
Okay, I'm now on mute. Good afternoon to everybody, and probably some people are in other parts of the world where it's probably morning or so. We have opportunities here, seriously, to move our country forward, to help our country. And it's about time we just learn to work together, right? But we know everybody can work together. Some people either have to be the star or they don't want to be a part of it. It got to be the idea or it's not a good idea. But we got to keep working. We have to keep inviting others to be involved. And we got to be fair and honest with each other, especially when we have friends and relatives who are not doing things the right way. We got to be able to speak truth to friends, truth to family, and truth to power. And if we can't do those things, then we are not really in the best interest of the country. Yes, we can have some consideration. We can have some, sensitivity about some of the people we're dealing with and how they react to the truth or to things we tell them. But ultimately, if we're not conscious of Liberia first and foremost, before even family, before friends, these long-term relationships we have had, the country will not move forward. So, it's just important that more Liberians start to think Liberia first, then the alliances, the relationships, the dependencies, and everything like that. So the more we work together and expand our space, especially the economic space, the more independent people can be, the less sycophants we have in our community, the less begging we have, and the better Liberia can be. So the potential is huge. It's just about us and what Dwalo just said in terms of advocacy. When people know their rights, they can demand their rights. And, our rights are not being met in terms of our social services. And it's important that people, demand those things, that they happen.
Thank you.
So I just hope a greater level of consciousness can arise I'm not talking about violence. I'm not talking about insults. I'm just talking about sticking with the issues and demanding that the right things be done. If we
Thank
do
you.
those things, we'll definitely be better.
Thank you very much. What I hold you on, again, we had to postpone Javon Smith because today the vice president and the senator, they went to Riverside. They had a big meeting, so we look probably going to happen no more. It was a basic day today, so therefore we're going to push Javon Smith, the senator of Riverside, to tomorrow. Thank you very much, Ava. Let me bring in
Senator,
Fatima. Yes, sir.
I think this is better with the beat screen. It kind of controls the individual that's speaking without interruption. They can know when they're done. You just put this is a better approach. I just want to say that.
Yeah, and I think that and I think I'm liking it on the fact that
And we can see Fatima's beauty too.
the people saying your real self. And thank you very much, Glenny, for keeping the time for us. And I know if you can do it today, it will be very helpful again. Fatima.
Well, Liberians all around the globe, the panelists, I think we come here every day, to preach the same message that Liberia is first and Liberia last. I don't care if you're my brother or my sister. If we all serve at the will and pleasure of the president. And if the time comes and he believes that your time is done and someone else has to come, so be it. Liberia is all that we have. And if we're trying to make sure that Liberia is uplifted, it takes a collective effort, the effort of all of us, every single one of us, to come together to ensure that we have a better Liberia. I would like to say Ramadan Mubarak to all of my brothers and sisters around the globe. I think you guys know, you guys have broken fast in Liberia and everywhere else, but we're still fasting. We still have 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. But I just want to say thank you guys for always joining Spoon and holding us honest. When you hold us accountable for what we say, because our voices do matter to the Liberian people. We are here to ensure that the Liberian people voices are heard. And so we thank you guys for coming. We thank you guys for watching. Just always remember, it's never personal for me. You can say whatever you want to say about me. I'm Muslim. I never use curse words. I will say I will come as aggressive because it's all about the same thing that you guys are doing. When you say something negative to me, it's because of you love Liberia. You wouldn't see me on the street and even know me, but it's the love of Liberia that binds each and every one of us. So I thank you guys. Liberia first, Liberia last.
Thank you very much, Fatima. We're going to bring in Abula Mame. Abula, welcome to the show, my brother.
Hey, Stanton, it's good to be here today. I just want to say hi to the viewers. We appreciate their support all the time.
You have something else on, Abula? You have another device on? Or you got a TV on or something?
No.
All right. That mind the shit.
Yeah, so we appreciate their comments, we appreciate their feedback, we appreciate their contribution. 2 things I wanted to speak to quickly. One is, the culture in Liberia where the president or ministries and agencies announce they're conducting investigation, and that is the end. The Minister of Foreign Affairs announced an investigation into how Foreign Service employees were illegally hired and placed into the Foreign Service outside of the budget. She announced that investigation. It's been more than a month now. We just want to add our voice to the many voices calling on the new minister to see reason to conclude that investigation. Because every time I talk about what happened at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, whether it's the sale of passport, the recklessness of the deployment of Foreign Service staff, every time I talk about it is because those actions that happened in the last 6 years did not only stop at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It affected ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, especially those coming to America or those wanting their families to come to America. They were denied visa because of UF having skepticism. So that decision of cleaning up the mess that was created will create a new picture for Liberia and help to increase and reduce the constraint our people go through when they go to the embassy or when they want to send for their family member. So the new minister should really pay keen attention to addressing that issue, investigating, coming up with a report, and taking action where necessary. That's the first thing. The second thing is the president had a cabinet meeting today. A good number of the cabinet ministers there have not declared their assets. A good number of them today. The president can't tell these people to declare their assets, for heaven's sake. President Bouaga, you campaign on the basis of change, transparency, and accountability, good governance. You did the first step. Congratulations, you declare your assets. Your ministers not declaring their assets before we even go to publication, Mr. President. This is a promise you made. You can't make all to be here and people be creating false comparison between your government and George Weah. It's not fair to us. Do the right thing. Tell your people to declare their asset, and you yourself should publish your asset that you declare. So we can't be having people comparing you with George Weah. We can't be having you creating false comparison between your administration and Weah administration when it is not real. But because of these things, we are faced with the constraint of responding to people making comparison between your administration and Weah administration. Let the people declare their assets. The Minister of Finance, Samuel Kofi Woos, Majera Kopo, all of you advising the president, Dr. Kone, why you people can't declare your assets? What's happening? Why are you hiding? That's how I want to start today.
Mame, thank you very much. Yeah, we are. I believe we all have spoken. I want to say again, welcome to Spoon Talk. They're going to be very interesting today. They're going to be big. You know, this is what we do. We are not scripted. We come on the show to ask people and say, what's on your mind? So tell us exactly what you heard today, what you have seen, what you like to talk about. If anybody want to be scripted, Spoon Talk for you. You ask everybody on the set, we don't share the topic. We come here, we just open it. You know, it'd be very interesting because we'll be straight up. I disagree with Avatoba or Dwadu or any one of our female panelists because it is why it is. They disagree with me. Nobody will say, oh, because that's Stanton, we have to agree with him. No, you don't have to. Liberia is all we have. So I want to take this conversation from this end. 2 days ago, I spoke to Akaris Mosegre, former general, former district number 8, Moserado County representative. He said, Stanton, you know, I can only come and Spoon Talk, you know, if you want to have the one-on-one with me, or I can come when we get everything settled. So I said, Akaris, what are you talking about? I said, you try to go and protest. Yeah, we'll protest. I said, Akaris, does it make sense to you? You allow Princeton to beat you by 81 votes. Akaris said, no, it's 83. I said, okay, thank you. 81, 83, he beat you. He came as way of being David, and he took down the general. Now you want to go protest Akaris? We went back and forth. Today, Akaris Gray said he postponed his protest to May 7, folks. I want us to talk about this. Let's just talk about it briefly. You think this guy's serious? I'm going to go back to Glennie. Oh, she went off. Let me bring in Fadiga first. And guys, please, the 2 minutes, let's just keep it going that way. Fadiga, do you think Akaris Gray mean well? You think the people would believe in him? You think they would take him to be that serious individual for the protest May 7?
No, I don't take Akaris Gray seriously or anything from that. But I'm also very cautious. It will not always be that way. We are in a grace period. At some point, if we start to find ourselves in the same space as the CDC, those things will start to have weight. So if you have been bitten by a snake before you look at a worm, you want to be careful. What the guys are throwing is teaching. They are trying to find a footing. And I will say this before I even continue. Nobody should think that George Weah is out of politics or the CDC is dead. How people win elections in Liberia have been following over time. You just need a base. If you can get a base of 400 or 500,000 people, the next thing is a collective bargaining. That is a little hijacking of our democracy. We see the current administration is struggling right now. They got the other, maneuvering that people have to get in place. So anything is possible. That is my mindset when it comes to politics. So as far as Kara Grace succeeding on his 7th, no, it's bogus. Liberian people overwhelmingly supported this president, and they will give him enough time. I think going by the first, second year, then people will start scratching their head. The president has grace. The people are willing to give. Look, Stanton, if you come in the town, the budget have not been passed. Money not starting to flow yet, but people are happy. They are just happy that nightmare is over. That is the grace period we are in. So Akara's great and he likes the posting on social media and doing this thing. Yes, that is what they were doing. They are so loser. They were overwhelmingly defeated.
So real quick. Glenn, you watching the time, right? You keep it a time, Glenn. I'm not saying you have gone over your time. I want you to give us, let's do it soon. Let's be new today. Give us a chance to ask you a question. And you can answer. If anybody have questions for you, then from there we can move to the next individual. You are talking about how the country is peaceful. You are saying how everything is calm. My question to you, and then anybody can ask you a question. How long you think this will last, though?
It won't last for too long. The people, they are very. You remember the expectation is very high. Or there's this new wind that blowing, and people know that something good is coming to this country. They just do not know how and when. It is our duty now to make sure that we seize the moment and start to get rep. I think we are making too many elementary mistakes too early in the game. One, we have not formed our government yet. That is something that I think we should have done. Probably start doing. Look, in America, when people start to run for office, the first thing you do, there is this mock cabinet that is already set up before anything else, in anticipation that you could win or lose. They even have 2 speeches, I'm told, one for if you win and one if you lose. So these are something important. I don't know, something happened. I don't know. But we expected to win. Some of us expected to win this thing, given the amount of time that we put in this thing. I think we should have done it. But again, I think the president is trying to do his best to accommodate everybody. So it is taking some time. So that would delay us a little bit. But at the same time, we have to catch up.
Thank you. Let me get a question for Fadiga before we move to Dualu. Anyone get a question now? Yeah. Dualu, you want to come in? The same question. Akaris Moses Gray and his campaign that is now scheduled for May 7th.
Yeah, I think Akara Gray is bluffing. He's been bluffing the whole time. You know, when you eat free money for a very long time, and people try to take that free money from you, you try to get relevance. Let Akara Gray go back to Paris and have another wedding out there. The Liberian people will not fund that anymore. But Stanton, I want to add my voice to Mehmet's voice. And today, I believe the Controller General of the Republic of Liberia, he said every other controller in the country will not get paid until they submit a financial report. These are little things you can do. If you have not declared your asset and you're still in government to give you some time, they should suspend your pay until those assets are declared. It should not be optional. We cannot fight against something what President Weah has done. Now we're seeing what he submitted, most of it, and Glenn has been repeating this all day, with these false claims that he made, and people don't want to declare their asset. Then after 1 year, they will come and claim that they had a shoe that's worth $3 million. What is so difficult about declaring your asset? Honorable Bouakai, President Bouakai, I'm going to say this to you directly. Tell your people, you don't declare your asset. We gave you 2 months. You either get out of government or you will not get paid until those assets are declared. This is something very basic that you can do. It should not be to the point where they got to literally pull a tooth before you can declare your asset. It's a simple thing. If you're a wealthy man, super rich, great for you. But we must know what you have before you come to hold the people's money. You can't hold the people's money, then you get all kind of corn, get us kind of rat. They ain't in nothing, is that holding cheese and doing all kind of thing away. We want to know where you work before you came to government. Let's verify it. And thank God today, my brother Martin Cully posted something. Every asset that is declared going forward will be verified publicly. Don't tell me say you own 15 duplexes in Dubai or Stanton Then you go turn out, you only own one shana in West Point. Will not agree.
Donald, let me ask you a question. Though I have never been to Dubai, let me ask you a question. It is important for us to ask this question. What's the importance of declaring asset? LDCC cannot verify. You say Mountain Road and say they will verify. Everybody declaring what he or she want to declare. I spoke to two of the lawmakers today. Assistant, I'm not declaring my asset because the whole thing is a fiasco. I can put anything on the paper, and nobody gonna ask me. Say, let me go do eval on your home, on your businesses. Don't talk to us about the importance of that. And secondly, to the second part of this question, the president have declared his asset now. Why are they holding it back?
You know, Stanton, the question you asked is extremely valid. It goes back to the president himself. Look, all my life, every leadership position, you have to lead from the front. The messaging with the asset declaration is very simple. Look, you have to establish a guideline in government or in an organization, and this is the standard we are going to hold everybody to. Once you establish that standard, people believe now, people feel they are beholden to something that is greater than themselves. If you don't establish those standards, people will do whatever they want. Now, you said, people say, well, when I declare, they don't verify. Look, for time immemorial, we have not taken the issue of governance in Liberia very seriously. People think government can get away. Government is a tough job. Very tough. Look, some gray hair coming in my head. If Liberia was a serious country and I go work in government, all my hair would turn gray because that's how tough government is. It's constant thinking. It's constant strategizing, recalibrating, rebalancing, trying to provide service to the people. It requires a lot of thinking. But if you notice in Liberia, if I go to government, I will get younger. Because we're not working. So people don't work. Those assets are supposed to be verified by the LDCC. We don't put the money in the right places. We expect government to work magically. It does not work that way.
Anybody got a question for Eduardo before we move on? No? Andrew Mama?
We're talking about Akaris Gray. I don't want to make... I actually don't want to give credence to him, because the point is, when we come here, even though we play around a little bit, but we don't want to make it part of the important things that we're going to discuss pertaining to the country and the Liberian people. Akaris Gray and the rest of his people, they are in a dreamland. They're in a state of denial because they were caught with their pants down. They can't believe that they don't have power anymore. They can't believe that they don't have the power to just go in central bank and take 83 million. They can't believe that they don't have the power to take 15 billion. 25 million. They don't have the power. So I feel sorry for them. They are totally confused. And so they think that the rest of the Liberian people are confused. No. Liberian people know for one thing, stand on that. That group of people from the past government, just one or two of them thought about the Liberian people just a little bit. But the rest of them, they decided that they will steal all the government money, take the asset, take everything they want to take. And they felt they were going for 12 years. And now that they've been defeated, and now that they took sleeping pill, they woke up the next morning and they said, oh my God, I can't believe that JMB and his team, and JMB and JKK leading this country. So it's very painful for them. They can't stand the pain. And I think I got to recommend or ask my daughter Fatima to recommend some pain tablet for them. This is what happened to them. They are totally confused, in the state of denial.
So can I ask you a question, Anjabama? Do you think that, and sorry, let me ask you, you think that you're going to downplay Akaris Gray? Because it's not Akaris Gray, that's CDC now. You're going to downplay them. You think they are not relevant? You think they cannot do a comeback?
Look, Stanton, we sit on a very important platform. Those people, what they did to the Liberian people in this country for 6 years, the pain is still going through our blood. Those people, John, we are not going to come back. I don't want to sit here and try to, publicize things that he's saying. They are totally out of power. Liberian people not going to vote for George Weah and his same gang that kill our people. Look, the things get too much. That took all the Liberian people money. Then they lie and say they left 40 million. And they never left 40 million. When GSC did a report, we found 3 million in the government coffers, 6 million in the solidarity consolidated account. So you cannot sit here and say, oh, Joe, we are going to, what they did for us that benefited us so much that will entice us to say we're going back. We rather bring in new people after JMB. We will look among the young people. We'll choose one woman. We'll choose one man. Liberian people not crazy. We'll choose new people, but we're not going to take the same CDC gang. If we take them back, you know what's going to happen to us? They will do worse than what they did before because they will be paying debt. Because money let to pay debt. Our character let to pay debt. So we're not going to make them relevant. I don't even want to talk about them.
Thank you, Abdul Muhammad. We'll keep the timekeeper for last. Let me bring in Abba. Abba, the issue, Akaris Gray, you know him. You know your group. You know these people because you've been with them under the water. They used to do this thing. What I'm hearing today on a long conversation, Abba, Akaris Gray or the entire CDC would do it to Mount Eddie, and Mount Eddie will call them on the side, take care of them, right? And then they would chill for a couple of months. And when they go broke, they come back again. Are you saying this to be another spin from Akaris Gray, or you think he's serious? Abba. You always have to unmute, Abba.
Thank you. Protest is a natural part of democracy. How many people will follow behind Akaris? How long you feed them for? The Akaris want to put people on the street to protest. That's their right. As long as they don't, the same way they used to tell us, as long as you don't obstruct other people's rights, you got the right to protest. So issue discussing Akaris is just a waste of time. At this point, Akaris to me is totally irrelevant to the body politic. Let him go and rebuild his resume, change, all the nonsense he did, those fake revolutionary talk. There's just a waste of time at this point. We got to focus on, if they were doing tangible criticism of this government, yes. Reasonable criticism, yes. Okay, there are promises made. The 100-day plan, if they were focusing on that and seeing where Joseph Boyka is, they were talking about, some of the stuff they didn't do in terms of declaring assets. They were talking about what is this government's real vision? What's their plan? How do they expect to build on this step by step to develop this country within 6 years, or for us to see results by 4 or 5 years? Then I would say, yes, let's listen to them. But otherwise, talking about protests and changing dates and stuff like that, Akaris is irrelevant to me.
Let me before I leave you, so in one of the chat room and the discussion, like we have Maggie on the show, Maggie said he's not supporting Akaris Gray, but he's not saying he don't protest because that's your right. The party, he said, I'm the CDC caucus chair. The party does not support Akaris Gray. And we also heard that
the caucus chair is different from the party. Let me let you know.
Let me finish with that. I'm coming to George Weah. George Weah had called Akaris Gray and said, but at least give the woman his 100 days. It will be unfair for you to hit the street and the woman stay within his 100 days. So therefore, Akaris Gray came out today and said May 7. They are having the conversation. And I don't think George Weah, as peace ambassador, he's telling Akaris Gray it is not the right step at this time. So conclude. Tell us what you think about if it is true George Weah is telling no. We have Maggie on the show. Maggie said he totally disagrees with Akaris Gray. Protest at this time is wrong. Other seditions and those people that are saying yes, those are the hungry folks that got Akaris Gray, the losers, and that they're trying to flex them also. But talk to us, Abba.
I mean, George Weah himself, his word when it comes to protest or no protest to me is not worth it. When we were doing the element step down something, George Weah undermined our whole process. George Weah has that tendency to do that. He undermines efforts. It's not strange for him to, and unfortunately, it seems that politicians in Liberia are scared of protest. Protest is a part of democracy. Somebody want to protest, let them protest. But who knows whether or not that George Weah that he won't probably compromise Akaras want to protest. So I don't respect anything coming from George Weah of that kind of political nature, of anything ideological or anything principle, because he doesn't apply it. He's not vested in the people. He's not invested in those ideas. So, if Joey wanted Akaras, whatever Akaras want to listen, not their business, man. Seriously. Look, we should be focused on nation building and focus on the people who want to move this country forward. You can support this government, still be opposition, and still want to have power because you can feel you can do it better. You feel you can put ideas forward. Opposition doesn't mean you got to come be protesting the whole day. What have they done over 100 days now that would you see such dramatic difference that they can make a clean or protesting? I don't see it. I really don't. If somebody can make a
you're talking about the opposition CDC now, right?
Especially CDC.
Okay. They're catching PJ in Milan.
Huh?
They're catching PJ.
Oh, they're catching pigeons. Okay. So let me bring in Fatima. Fatima, again, talk to us on this Akaras Gray. You related to him. You guys from Kidmont. Talk to us.
First of all, I think, when he was in power, I used to tell him to try to do the common good for the Liberian people. And they all felt like they were all, celebrities, and this day would have never come. This is a shock to a lot of them. You take young guys who were actually never went to restaurants, that went to Lapa Bido to eat food, and then you give them power, state power, and they see themselves, they live in their people, the same people that gave them this state power, traveling abroad, having weddings and things. That's my own cousin. Today, I actually wrote under his post when he posted something, and I said to him, I'm shocked that today you now think for the Liberian people, you want to open this new thing that you're calling about trying to rescue the Liberian people or do something for them. Why didn't you do it when they gave you 12 to 13 years of power? He didn't do it for them then. Why now? The fact is that Liberia now sees through all these people. We're not going back to the old. We're moving forward. We need to continue to educate our people, not to reward people who take away from them. Let them value that one vote. That one vote is powerful. The moment we start to educate our people, that this guy used to be a Lapa Bido, and now today, in just 12 years, he gave him power. He's richer than you. He does not look back at you. Then they will understand what the power of that vote means. Unfortunately, I have to leave. I just got an emergency call. I'm a therapist. I have some bad news I got to go to Jefferson Hospital right now. But I want Liberians to know that we will hold these people accountable. Akaras is my cousin. I love him dearly, but I happen to.
But you're not saying that you get bad news about your family or anything, right?
No.
People worry about
it's not my family.
It's work related, right?
It's work related.
Okay.
I'm a therapist, and I got bad news for one of my patients, and I have to go to the hospital. Okay. So I'll be leaving you guys, but just my parting comments. I just wanted people to know you can be my brother, my sister, my family. For me, it's Liberia first and Liberia last. I love you. I even respect a lot of them for what they do. I know they're educated. We put a lot into this generation of us, the sheriffs. But at the end of the day, Liberia is what matters most. And so
why if something happened to one of your patients, you want to cry? Why? You get connected with them like that?
They're young, they're very young. Like,
I understand, but for
me, you have to be stronger for the parent because she's an only child, and then this.
But that's okay. Okay, we wish you well. We know we'll talk again. Drive safe though. It's raining. All right. Yeah. But that's a patient, man. And I understand, Randy. I know you're working that fee, but if you see it every day, there's no more tears left. But anyway, Glennie, talk to us about that Akaras Gray thing. if one of our patients pass, she will be crying all day.
Well, I don't think you ever get used to it. though.
Is she crying because she lost the patient, or she crying because she lost the money?
Can you imagine?
Builds a relationship with
Oh, man, Johnny, come on, man. You can't even
Can you imagine it, man?
No, listen though. It depends how much you're making from that patient. Whether old or young, that patient, you have to happy. If the patient pass the next day, your 3 hours you still go spend there, maybe at that $500, and when I come here again, they both close. So maybe that's what she's crying for, or she's really crying because of the patient. Well, I said more. It's passionate, right? Okay, Dwalo. The guy translate. Go ahead.
When I was,
Oh my
when I was
goodness.
younger, so people just found reason to cry. So now why you be hungry for true? So you do anything to be and just cry. So that's somebody cry went for me.
Yeah.
Fatima
No, Fatima love these young children, so that's a job. Glenny, Akaras Gray said he will postpone his protest for May 7th.
So Akaras Gray is a political non-entity. Very important person to me. I have nothing to say to him. This is a young man who could have done so much for his community. He did nothing. Absolutely nothing. He met Pupu Wata. He left Pupu Wata there. And he's a political non-entity. He is unimportant. He has become a nuisance to society, in my opinion. I have nothing to say to him. Like Ava said, it's his right to protest. But he's a nobody right now. Maybe it's important to some people, but to the Liberian community, the impact he should have had for over 9 years, he did nothing. And so you want to do the protest tomorrow.
How long he been there for? How long?
Wasn't he there for 2 terms?
What, 12 years? 12 years.
There for two terms. And he did nothing. There's nothing we can attribute to him for doing for his community. Nothing. Right now, the people, they don't even remember him. They remember Prince Stores more than even Akaras Gray. That man are non-entity. I don't have time. Don't waste my time on non-entity people. Political non-entity. That the early people can call him.
Thank you. I believe, Bama, you spoke on this before we go to Paul. Did you speak on Akaras Gray protest?
No, I'm not.
Go ahead, sir.
So CDC as a party, they leave Akaras a little bit. I'll get to that. Will struggle because of how they govern. You see, most of those children, they just push and force them on the government in the need of supplementary payroll. Go to the central bank. There are over 100 of them on supplementary payroll. Call them contractors at the CBL. They've been there since 2018. But around 2019, 2020, all George, we are top people. Took their relatives and friends there and they made them employees of the CBL. But those children, they just consider them contractor and leave them to the will of anybody who feel they don't need to be contractor. At the Ministry of State, you call them supplementary employees. So the children getting sense. They realizing that the struggle they went through, few people came and only use it to enrich themselves and their relatives. Their eyes are opening. You can't easily manipulate them into going into protest any longer. They saw what happened in 6 years. But for Akaras, there is something we need to know about him. He wants to impose himself on a generation. I described him the other time as Nokia 3310. And there's a reason. Us New Year, the first cell phone that came, everybody used to bluff with Nokia. That was the big ball phone. Everybody went to Nokia. But because Nokia failed to upgrade, at the time it was important, Samsung iPhone came and took over from them. You show anybody Nokia now, they don't want it because Nokia failed to upgrade. That is Akaras Gray. He has failed to upgrade himself. He has failed to add value on himself. Children who were in high school and used to listen to Akaras and other people speaking. So there's somebody that got PhDs, masters. But forget about degrees. Get put degree one side. Some of them have grown into professionals. They have professional track record of growth. Their eyes are open. And you get one Akaros there who, since 12 years in the legislature, have failed to show any leadership, will be the one who will come and direct them to protest. You're joking. You're not going anywhere. You cannot impose yourself on a group of people who are thinking far better than you. You have to take the back seat and watch them lead because you fail to do so. Akaros will call protests. People will not come. People will not show up because people's eyes are opening. The way you did in the past, when you could just call on radio and people assemble. Those people you were calling to assemble today, they can't assemble. Some of them are professionals. Some of them teaching in universities. You can't control them with your old ideas. It has to be new ideas. But you see, right in Joe Baka administration, the only thing that runs to Akarama is protest. His only approach to opposition politics is protest. But that's our old mentality. People are writing papers. People are providing critique. People are analyzing the budget. The budget before you, you're not making no comment on the budget. You're talking about protest because he has refused to upgrade himself and want to impose himself on people as a leader. You can impose yourself on people. You can influence people to follow you. And to be able to influence people, you have to show them superior opinion. To get superior opinion, you have to upgrade yourself. Akara has failed to upgrade himself, and he cannot be the leader that this generation will look up to. The children will not show up. That's why he's struggling and postponing. But there's a news I get for them. I'm waiting for the protest, 5 days to the protest. I will release it.
You got news for who?
I get news for Akaros, the organizers of the protest.
I'll keep it for you. Share with me, I'll keep it for you.
The organizers of the protest and the people they want to bring in the protest. I get something to show to them so they can know, they can see the evidence of how deceitful these guys are. How they use them as political commodities to make money, get their parents, get their brothers and sisters into businesses, onto scholarships. How they use them to get logistics and build houses while they were in opposition. We will show to citizens so that they can be aware that they just trying to rewind the same strategy and use them as political commodity. Let the time come.
Thank you very much, Mambe. Anybody have a question for Mambe before we go to Paul Kennedy? Welcome to the show, Azido. Anyone have a question for Mambe? No? Yeah? Paul, you met us discussing Akara's Mose Grape postponed protest. It's not scheduled for May 7. What's going on?
Well, thank you, CEO. Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. CEO, Liberia is really divided at the moment. They had a very close election. And the president will have to take some leadership on trying to reunite the country as far as engaging and talking to people across the aisles. My opinion on the protest comes from different perspective. Why I agree with Mame and Aunt Jemima that Akaras as a person may not have any essence at the moment because he's been too long in the picture and expectation of him by the voters in several instances he was not able to deliver. I think that the protests concerning that we got a lot of gullible people in the country. I mean, believe it or not, small thing can fool some of the people's eye. And one time I was talking to Abba and he spoke something that really made sense to me. The country needs a lot of civic education so that people know what their rights and their wrongs are, so that people know what to move them, what will make them to see people seriously or unserious when it comes to political decision making. A lot of people are following people in most cases only because they know the person, so it is difficult for me to sit in my seat personally to speak of the magnitude of what the protest will be, whether it's postponed on several occasions or not. What I can definitely attest to is, to a certain extent, Akaras himself may not be of a value now to be the one leading that initiative. But you don't want to dismiss CDC and call it whatever you want. The Unity Party won with less than 20,000 votes. The election was very close. That means that there are still people who believe in the ideology and the principles of the party called CDC. And if those people are organized in a more intellectual forum, and like Ava said, protest is a part of democracy. There's no way you can erase protest out. The best the ruling party can do is to make sure that they are following the issues that will make the citizens not to believe in the protesters, because democratically civil disobedience is a part of the entire process. So I'm sitting to see what Akaras can pull out. I don't know what he's capable of. He might not have the magnitude that he had 9 or 10 years ago because of the several missteps and misrepresentations he might have had while having the opportunity to actually adequately represent the people. In fact, a lot of people actually believe in Akaras before he became a lawmaker. But over time, I think he lost his grips, and I think now he's trying to rumble to get it back, which may be a very difficult stance for him. But honestly, CEO, I don't know. I can't predict what.
Are you concerned? Are you deeply concerned, Paul?
To a certain extent, I'm concerned because of the population we deal with. That to be honest with you, CEO, anybody can be somebody in Liberia here. I saw people following Prophet Key when he came here to the greatest extent. I mean, so we need to educate our people. A lot of the people don't know why they vote. CEO, the people are voting. Some of them will vote for $20. 20 United States, which is like 3,800. They will get in a pickup truck. Some of them will even get hurt and lose their life. Transported. The statistics tell us there are over 75,000 persons were transported from one place to another in the
Anyway, let's finish with the run because
so we need civic education. People need to be, to be informed of their rights and what precedents to take. In the absence of that, anybody can strike a protest that could become a problem. So I don't want to say.
Yeah, because just to add to you, Paul, and doing the second round, it's not about Akaras, but we'll move a little bit. For example, though, the Army Watch protest.
Who know where it came from? Nowhere.
If we say we are going to dismiss, even Akaras is a failed Akaras, we can call him anything. But the Army Watch protest shut the country down. Hold your thoughts. Let's bring in Ase Doe. Minister Doe.
Well, thank you. Hi, I will want to do my opening snap.
Can I ask Paul a question?
Yeah, Ase Doe, hold on. We are line question. Go ahead, Abba. Ask your question.
Paul, what is the ideology that the young people in CDC believe so much that will bind them?
You're mute. All right, Paul, you're muted. Let's come back. Let's come back to Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I lose you. I didn't hear your question.
I say, what is the ideology or the philosophy of the party that will hold these young people, besides some of them admiration, and deifying George Weah, or the sense of belonging to something, just to say the member of something? What's that ideological, thing?
I'm trying to figure that out. From 2005 till now, the two most leading political parties have been CDC and United Party. 2005 was CDC, United Party. 2011 it was CDC and United Party. 2017 it was CDC and United Party. 2023 it was CDC. So Liberian people navigate towards something, they catch it in their mind, There are still people in this country calling detergent tar soap. There are still
Me and
people
somebody were joking about Coca-Cola the other day that every soda that Coke.
they are still calling Maggie chicken soup. So once they understand something and navigate towards it, I mean, what there is no justification. They just can't have the affinity for it, and they'll grasp it. And politically, Liberians see people who can talk as being smart. Once the men come on and talk anything, they say, "Oh, they men are smart men." It's not because
Also, as they don't shake your head, as they don't smart.
No, that's not it. I've
So guys, let me run to Acido real quick. We'll give you the term Fadiga quick, then we got to move to Acido. Go ahead,
let me just answer that question. I think Paul kind of missed something there. There is actually something over the last couple of months that I've been here. I think I've found a couple of things. A lot of the people that keep supporting the CDC or President Weah is identity. In America, they say everybody want to vote for someone that they can drink beer with. And you know how that politics is played in America. A lot of people identify with this guy. What people have now understood is that the George Weah from Gibraltar lost that Gibraltar-ness decades ago. But he still presenting himself. That is why George Weah have not tried to elevate himself. He behaved like Zogo. He treated himself like Zogo. He acted them because in the mind.
How can you say he lost the Gibraltar-ness, but then he behaved like Zogo?
That's what happened.
Is that a part of the Gibraltar-ness?
The man got $27 million worth for shoes and clothes. Then he said,
yeah, that's what exactly. But so what he does is he comes, he plays with them, he plays Scrabble with them. He does this little thing.
No, Lulu, what's Scrabble?
Lulu, check out. And, you know,
all right, so I get Acido the chance.
And they identify with it.
Yeah, so I get Acido the chance. He's going to speak. Then we have to talk about the 40,000. Were they cast out, or is an easy way to say go and come back tomorrow? The 40,000, we got to talk about it. Who are the 40,000? What is the government position about the 40,000 individual that people saying, show us your document, show us your credential before you come back to work? Think on it, but let's finish up with Acido about Kairos Gray. Acido, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you so much. It's always good to be back on a place where a lot of angry winners keep crying baby. Running a country is not a child's play.
Man, tell your own, don't attack anybody yet, man. Just tell your own back.
I'm talking about talking differently.
I'm talking mine. Please.
My man, no LEC, your hot dog. We can see you.
Running the government is not. Paul Kennedy, thank you so much by saying people think.
There you go.
So let me go ahead. Paul Kennedy, thank you so much by saying people think when you come and just open your mouth and pull words there that came from Sir Isaac Newton, so you know something. Hey, you were discussing a Kairos Gray, a man who for the third term only lost the election by less than 100 votes. And one person from the team of angry losers, winners, I would say, think that he is nobody. But I want to go to what is important. Yesterday, we talked about George Weah.
I will just ignore that comment. I will just ignore that.
Glenny, you cannot interrupt. Glenny, don't interrupt. If you want your time, Glenny, will not interrupt. If you want your time, we'll give you the time. Don't interrupt, please. Let us talk.
Yesterday,
you are free to ask him question, but you cannot interrupt him, Glenny. You checking the time. Let's be professional, not to interrupt, please.
So I'm starting my time over.
You can start over, please.
Thank you. Yesterday we came here and we talked about George Weah whole day. Today we're talking about Kairos Gray whole day. You know what we don't want to talk about? Where are we with the 10,000 youth who the president said will get digital training within the first half? We don't want to talk about that. But let me tell you something I want to start with very quickly. My brother, Fatika, you know, Duado sent me something today. When I received it, I went to cut my hair. So when I was coming from there, I was listening to the show. And I really want to appreciate you because you said something maybe for the first time where I thought You were so truthful. And my brother, what has opened your eyes for you to see the light? Thank you, bro. You said, let me quote, that this government will need about 12 years before they even start doing anything. You were right. Oh, yeah, you were right. The government will need about 12 years before they start doing anything. Because you know what? We are seeing what is there. Let me tell you what, President, we are needed. President, we are needed. Let me end. President, we are needed just 100 days to sow 10 million euros from the French government, of which 4 million was used for a project called LEEP through Mexico, benefited 11,000 young people in the National Youth Service Program and the Youth on the Job Training Program. Let me tell you, President, we are needed just 100 days to commence the fixing of the Dole Community Road. Let me tell you, President, we are needed just less than a year for WIAC school fee payment. We needed just less than a year for University of Liberia free tuition policy. President, we are needed just less than a year to commence the construction of the 14 military hospital, my brother. President, we are needed just less than 100 days to reduce the salary of government officials. My brother, let me tell you, President, we are needed less than 60 days to reduce tariff unrest that dropped the price of rice in this country. My brother, let me, President, we are needed less than 1 year to commence.
How long you needed to build it for the non-condo?
No, but I say you're not do that. You guys will have chance to ask the question. Don't interrupt him, please.
Today, you need 12 years before you start doing anything. And I will end on this. Every lie stuck under the ground shall always rise for the truth. Because you came to power with big mouth on propaganda and lies, you are confused as a government to even appoint one person in a position that gave you the tough time. So you will remain in your state for 12 years thinking that you will have that before you start doing anything. So I want to praise you for that. Our people are not stupid. They know the lies based on which this government came to power. And they are sure seeing the lies in terms of the exchange rate. Thank you.
Thank you. But I will ask my question, and then we will open the, maybe Glennie have a statement or question for you as if not, we seen that Dr. Bopler was in the back. I think he went off again. The internet is giving him a hard time. But let me ask you, Isaac, I'm not going to, we'll show some professionalism among us, though we disagree. I want to ask you a question, Isaac. Yesterday, I was watching the show when I left. You care to correct yourself whether President Weah saw his anything that he won, or his jersey, or the football, or his trophy, he sold it for $9 million. Was your statement truthful, or you made a mistake? I said, do.
You know what is truthful?
No, I'm just asking, just correct me. Which one of his items he sold?
Do you know what is truthful?
We listen to you, Isaac.
Hello?
We can hear you. Speak up.
Hello?
We can hear you, Isaac. We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
It's intentional. Isaac hearing you. You know what you're doing. You're
all right.
All right, you can go out and come back in. Maybe you can hear us. I mean, I just thought I wrote that question down to ask you because I think a lot of folks on Facebook, they were trying to debunk you. Did I get it right? Because I wasn't on the show, Glennie. Did he say President Weah sold something for $9 million and it was incorrect?
He said Maradona. He said Maradona sold there was a ball, the handball goal. He said that Maradona football because he was connecting it with Ria.
Yeah.
And he said it was sold for $9 million.
Was Was
And
that
that
correct?
was not true.
What was the truth?
What was sold was the jersey was auctioned, not the
Okay.
ball.
Not the ball. So he missed. Okay. So let's wait to have him back. But guys, I hope you can wait for us to do. He said a lot of stuff, and I can see in your faces that you want to attack him. Let's talk about the. I want to come to you, Mame. What do we have on the word Gray? What's the position now? DeLon has taken. Will they confirm her? Are they confirming her? If she's not going to be confirmed, where are we with the word Gray? Or is that another game? What are you hearing, Mame?
Man, we're not hearing anything. That's the reason why we're speaking. It's been long, the investigation taking long. We know in Liberia, most of the time when people take investigation more than 2-3 weeks, especially simple investigation, it's intended to just take the press and the conversation from on it, and they're hoping that people will forget, then they can just pass it under the sleeves. That is the intention. That has been the strategy years in, years out. Keep the investigation long. People take their focus from there, pay attention to different things, and you go ahead to do business as usual. The people you hire and deploy in foreign service, they're not forensic audit you conducting. The thing happened right in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You're not doing no forensic audit. Why are you making it like that's only complex? The way Bray was Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs. All the passport they issued under that for office. Those passports are available, the records are there. Go and check which one she approved, which one went to drug law or criminal. It's simple, it's not difficult. But people make these things difficult because they want to be willing and dealing. And if you establish that there's nothing connected to her, I mean, then tell us there's nothing connected to her and you confirm her. The rape cases, as Deputy Minister for Legal, the rape cases, what she did, what her role in compromising those cases, in stepping on those cases. If she doesn't have anything to do, then confirm her and tell us. But you can keep her in suspense. But I wanted to say something central in 5 seconds. Any political party will be relevant or not relevant based on the performance of the Joseph Boakai administration. That is the benchmark. And that's the reason why we're holding President Boakai and his team to rise up above the level that people will not even imagine the disaster they were living under in George Weah as an alternative for them going forward. That's why we're pushing the president. So nobody should be comparing President Boakai and George Weah on asset issue, for heaven's sake. Nobody should be talking about how the budget affecting the people between Weah and Boakai. That's why we're pushing. That's why we're pushing the government. Not because we hate them. We wanted to get to the point where Liberia will not even imagine in their wildest dream that there should be a character in the mansion called George Weah. Talking about lies, who can laugh at George Weah? A man who sat down on public radio and said he got 500 acres of farm in Sano County that is producing food and feeding the people of Sano. You're talking about lies. So I just wanted to say that any political party, anybody can take on people in the street, but it will be based on how Joseph Boakai administration performs.
Thank you, Ma'am Eduardo.
Yeah, look, I will continue down that same vein. The extent to which anybody has relevance in Liberia will be determined on the works of Honorable Boakai. Stanton, I don't want you to interrupt me on this. I have to say this. Before Fatima left, she said something. She mentioned Lapa Bido. Liberian people, and this is something that I put together. It's my own criteria. It's 5. That a man or woman must meet before you can elect them. I'm not saying this. You know, the typical person will say, oh, that is based on, oh, not everybody can meet those requirements. There's a reason why standards are set. If a person cannot meet that standard, the likelihood that he or she can produce in that capacity is very slim. Let me give you the 5 criteria that a man must meet substantially before you can vote for that person in Liberia. Very minimally. The person must be committed to one woman. I'm not talking, you will say, oh, commit to one woman. Have all your children by one woman. It is important. It doesn't mean when you have children outside, you are not a good man. But I say the person must be this substantially. Number 2, the person must commit to community. Number 3, this person must have a vision. And he or she must live with that vision for a substantial period of time, have written about that vision, and is willing to actualize that vision in your community. Number 4, this is extremely important. This person must fear something that is greater than himself, whether it's God or whomever. And here's the last one. this person must make a minimum of 2,000 United States dollars in Liberia for the last 5 years before he or she comes to the governmental space. There is a reason for that. If a person meets certain socio-economic standing, the person is not just coming to government for the sake of salary. They are coming to leave a legacy. They have built something for themselves. They have elevated themselves and their family. They are not just coming to steal from you. We must set the standards for the legislature so high, because let me tell you something. In the legislature, it's not a play-tall place over there. My people, the direction of our country is majority decided by the legislature. If we put people in there who do not understand the full width of what is required, we will continue to fail. It doesn't matter what president we elect. He has to use an iron fist to actually change the country in the direction that he or she wants. The legislature does matter, my people. We can't keep electing idiots. Stanton.
Thank you, Dwalo. So all your number 1 to 5, remove number 1. And at least the Liberian people will agree with you on the rest of the 4 or 5. Your number 1 is listen. Your number 1 is so out of place, and you have entangled yourself. And I think our grandparents now, if your partner near you, he will slap you. If probably like you come here every day, he will slap you if he near you. And how you got all the Google thing and you mess it with number 1? You think why Fadiga end up staying in Liberia today? You think why he doesn't want to come back to America?
Well, you saw your post. You saw your post. You saw your post. Oh, okay. I agree. Listen, number 1 in a substantial way, because this is a role model. It doesn't mean you cannot have a baby outside, but what I'm trying to say, I want you to commit to one woman, because you're a role model to build the Liberian family. I know there is a tendency.
So if you are Muslim, you are saying you are disqualified.
No, you are not disqualified.
And if you are a woman, you commit to one man too.
You will commit to
one
man.
That's what I'm saying. Commit. No,
let's have our show, man. Let's have our show, man.
Dwalo, what wrong with you tonight? Man, you my man, boy. I don't know.
That one. Now, number 1 here, it's a good number 1. As a Christian, I support you. Yeah, as a Christian,
my wife is watching the thing. So
I just thought of it too. As a Christian, I support you, Dwalo. I stand with you. You make it a good work. Andrew Mama, Dwalo want to put in situation.
Okay.
Dwalo, my man, you don't bring nothing here, man.
Somebody said, Dwalo, your number 1 is out of the window. Go ahead, Andrew, Mama.
Yeah, you know, when our brother comes here and call us a group of angry people on the platform, you know, he attacked us the other day and let it slide. Today again, he comes back because he feels that he has more opportunity on Spoon Network to talk anything he wants to talk and address us any kind of way. I just want to warn you, I say, you're our brother, yes. We adore you, we respect you, and we demand every respect from you on the platform. You don't come here and just speak to us any kind of way. No, it's totally wrong. It's unacceptable. You don't address your colleagues like that. It is wrong. If you want to discuss the issue, let's discuss the issue. Hit me. How are your important points? And I will hit you back. And that is the case. So I'm just cautioning you to be more respectful to us, and we are respectful to you also. To the point. I hope that's the last time. To the point. You know, intellectual forum will not suffice any longer. Because what the Liberian people went through for the past 6 years, they saw your dealings, they saw your leadership. It's not going to work anymore. No matter how you go and lecture the Liberian people, will not work. Because this time around, in fact, I was planning to ask Stanton that we should have a program in every dialect where we start speaking to the Liberian people about their rights, about what they deserve, the different companies within their localities, what they deserve from them, what they should ask of them. We need to educate them on positive things. We'll start our program. And I will be speaking in Mano because I can speak Mano. Okay. I just want to ask Ase, all the things you name about JMB government that hasn't been here for even 3 months. What happened to the 100,000 jobs you say you're going to produce in
1 million, 1 million.
1 million. Oh, I was feeling sorry for them. Maybe the 1 million jobs you say you're going to create for the Liberian people, the Liberian youth. You never did it. Instead of that, you allow the youth to suffer. But I'm not asking you. I'm making my statement. You made a statement. You said 2 minutes. No, because you are asking questions. What happened to this? What happened to this? So I'm reclaiming my time from you because you're always reclaiming time. Okay. So I'm saying to you, what happened to the 1 million jobs? If you are giving it to those people, you would have won the election because everybody was going to be happy, just dancing. Oh, I said to Joe Man, we are going to be dancing. They weren't even going to be looking at other parties because you would have done well for them. They were going to be enjoying children's school fee, pay, everything going on well. But you didn't do it. We have not forgotten, and those are the things we need to tell our people in Mano, in VAR, in Gio, in all the dollars. You didn't create those jobs. You let the people suffer. Then the other one, the Bali Island. You made me to get up early in the morning to go to that program. Bali Island never did it. Big Muff. You calling people Big Muff on the show. But you got Big Muff for nothing. Empty talk. All you people wanted to do is was to squander the Liberian people money, enrich yourselves, because you came to power, you didn't have property, you didn't have money. That's why you people could not declare your assets, because you didn't have it. You didn't have it, including George Manor. We only had 2 assets that I knew about, that all knew about in CDC.
Okay.
And no, my 2 minutes was Glenn got a time. No.
Glenn, are you watching the time?
3 minutes. It's been 3 minutes.
It's been 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. What?
So, yeah, she said about 3 minutes. So just wrap up now.
I said talking and took some of my time. I 1 minute there because you took my time off.
Auntie Mama, let's stop now. Just wrap up, please.
I said always, y'all talk for me now. I said I always claim the time when you say one word, you come and say, oh no, see you, I claim my time. You don't say anything about but time.
Tell you 1 minute. Tell you 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. So the Bali Island, you never did it. Then we come over to the overpass. You went and broke all the business people building down, even including one of my friends. I will not go on here. You broke her place down. Very beautiful place. You broke it down. You never did that overpass. You say we're going to do the overpass from that place. Where they play the boulevard straight up to Congo Town. You didn't do it. Then the other one, the Coastal Highway. Y'all say you're going to do the Coastal Highway from where? From Grand Cape to Maryland. They never happened. The train track that they should have built for the iron ore to come from Bombing Hills, I think Bombing Hills to the Freeport. You never did it also. I happened to go to Broford earlier. I was coming back. I counted 45 trucks, huge trucks, bringing the iron ore into the Freeport. And guess what? They just were coming to us. The only thing that blessed me that I had my car on, the air conditioner was on. So can you imagine your citizen? You endanger their lives. The iron ore dust going to be going to the food, going to be going to the water. They're going to inhale it. So you'll kill our people slowly. So don't come sit down here because we got records and we can remember everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew Mama. Glenny, you're not a good timekeeper, Glenny.
Oh, you see?
Stanton.
Yes, Glenny.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Glendy Jane Junius. I'm a Liberian by birth, mother and father. My father rose to the rank of Associate Justice. My father and I were the one present when Amos Sawyer was sworn into office. I'm a Liberian first. And I repeat, Akaras Gray is a political non-entity, unimportant statue. That's what he is.
Yo, please be a good. Hold on 1 minute. Please be a good timekeeper. Do not be biased here with the time. You're giving Andrew Mama 4 minutes and giving other
watch
people
the private chat. I'm putting all the minutes there.
Thank you very much. We'll watch it. But let's now bring in my brother Fadika. Mommy, can you adjust yourself? We are looking at your city.
You call
adjust your camera, Mommy. Thank you. Go ahead, Fadiga.
Are you related to the late JD by
Oh, but every day
That was my father.
Every day,
My
everybody
dad.
asks the same question.
Mama, you don't know like
Every day, everybody asking the question.
Don't fight.
Every day, Glenn on the show. Today, you ask the question.
I will tell you. Yeah, he was a good man. But let me say this, Stanton.
But I will put the other thing up here again, Fadiga, are you?
Not me, that's Steven. Steven trying to
Steven, tell the thing down, man. Steven, tell the thing down, man. For real, don't interrupt our show.
I conflict of interest there, Steven.
I conflict of interest. Oh my God,
the picture is beautiful, flawless.
She on the bull. She want to do a bull fee for $500.
You are just too much. I'm not even
Go ahead, Fadiga.
So, just to buttress what the rest of the panelists have been saying. Look, George, was a president without a plan. We saw this man run a campaign without no plan. He had no plan. He said nothing. He ran away for all the debate. One of the men that said nothing and became president. Or whatever, it was a stroke of luck or whatever. We needed to get this off our back. When he became president, the first thing we saw this man do is engage in vain projects. They were very wasteful with our resources. Akara's great. And I do agree with Mommy. The fact that we should be mentioning former President Weah and current President Boyka in the same sentence is a disgrace to the Liberian people. This was a nightmare that the Liberian people wanted to be over. Let us actually bury it. I'm afraid that in Liberia, like Paul said, people get elected for different things. It's not the same as Prophet Key was in Liberia. Yes, a man. Look, in Liberia, when you want to threaten a man, you just say, I will cost you man cost. There's a man that made a name for himself for all that. And he have followers. I mean, I can't blame people for whatever they want to support. But I'm just trying to say that this is a very strange country. Our electors look for very strange things. One thing the CDC is good at is being in opposition. They have tasted power. They know all the loopholes of the last 6 years. And the worst thing to happen to them for us is now they have ill-gotten wealth. These guys looted the country. They still have those things, and they're going to do everything to carry on subversion in this country. We should not allow them. We should not be complicit because honestly, our 6 and 12 years or 24 years is not guaranteed if we do not do the right thing. I don't want anyone in their wildest dream to think that the CDC is dead. That would be a bad political thinking. They made mistake, but to win election in this place is a collaborative effort. They just need to say, look, never say never. That's all I will say. But these guys came to power without a plan, and the Liberian people gave them an opportunity. Now it's our time.
But you confusing me, though. You confusing me, Fadiga. You are saying something contrary to what Mommy said. Glenn is saying her name is Glennie Jane Juniors. She been there. The man is no entity. She have just pushed him in the swamp. But you saying that no, you saying that take CDC right now, consider them, they are very serious and they can come back. That's what you say?
Yes, sir. Liberia have degenerated into a two-party state. I don't know whether you guys are paying attention, like it or not. Look, if you want to defeat your enemy, the first thing you must know the enemy and respect him. Nobody should sit here and think that, oh yeah, we beat them, they didn't do something. Our people are motivated by different things. And if we do not do the right thing, sooner rather than later, we will be on the other side of town. So that is why it is.
So thank you. I think you're making the second point that we're going to, and I want to start with you on this. I will give you, Glennie gave him at least a minute, 30 seconds. He's starting the next conversation. The 40,000 folks, the letter today that came out. No, you will take your time on this, as it do when we come to you, please. The 40,000 folks, right? Is this government dismissing 40,000 folks? Is this government saying that go get your document and come back for us to hire you? Whether they were supplemental or whether they were actual hired by CDC government, how trouble this is for the Joseph Yima Boakai government.
It is troubling. It's deliberate. Look, the CDC, these guys are evil. They decided to tie this president hand. They did a lot of things and they did it legally. They did it legally, even though there was some look, doing the right thing on paper doesn't mean that it was right. But like that, I always like to use example so people have a prayer. Like Donald Trump, there were a lot of loopholes in the U.S. Constitution. No president has ever used it before. Donald Trump exploited everything. George, the man even tried to put Supreme Court justice, tried to put Samuel Wolokoli. He tried to exploit everything that was given to him, even though a reasonable president wouldn't have done it. So what they did was they bloated the payroll. Look, it is completely unreasonable for our government to keep paying these people that, especially those batch that came on in the last 6 months to the election, to blow the payroll. So temporarily, people may feel hurt, but I don't think the president will allow this George Weah and his people to hold him hostage. I think the president, those people that they believe that do not have letters that are questionable. Look, Stanton, let me say this.
Yeah, we gotta go to the other people. Let me fast.
The reason nothing gets done in Liberia is because we politicize everything. Whenever people want to do the right thing, they worry about votes. Everybody worry about vote in the country. That's what we do get. They know that this thing is bad, but nobody want to do it because you know what? They are projecting that will come and hurt them. Look, this is a legacy president we elected. He can afford to do it. This is a legacy president.
Thank you. Let me bring you Ava. I've really got to bring you Ava on. Ava, man, you've been around the terrain. You know how this works, Ava. Is with this 40,000 folks. Say what you want to say. We understand George Biden, we did the wrong thing. People would beat on him. You just put everybody in with no common sense. Say we're on. But is this now the president, Joseph Yima Boakai, trouble? How he's handling this issue right now, Abba, is it in the right direction? If you allow 40,000 to go home, talk to me, Abba. Talk to Liberia tonight.
Is that what they're saying, or they need to put in the personnel action notices they're paying? Is he saying everybody go home, or they have a certain amount of time to put in the personnel action notices?
So we're gonna read the letter. Yes, I'm uploading the letter right now. But again, you read the letter. Explain to Liberian people, explain to that person that is sending home tonight and say, go get all your documents, go get all your credentials. You explain to that person exactly what the letter means, Abba. You have read the letter.
You want to put the letter up for a look at it?
No, you have read it. Be talking while we got to upload it. You have read it. So talk to us what you make of the letter.
All right, I got to open my copy because I don't want to give people wrong advice. I like facts.
Okay, so then we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
The bottom line, I didn't read it. I did not read it.
You have never read it?
No, I read the letter. How did I know about pen? I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying to you. If you want to talk about it or you want me to wait, then.
No, but you asked me to counsel the people. I read it not as a counselor, I read it as information, and I look at it. I think it's the right thing to do to regularize those employees. From where I figure, it's like whatever way they were hired, whatever way they came to the civil service, they need to formalize it. I have a big problem with that whole thing. Look, you know how many teachers are just on the sideline? They say the supplementary teacher or this kind of teacher. I mean, it makes no sense to me. Hire the people if they are doing the work and we have those positions available, and find the money to pay them. That's what I believe. So I've always pushed for an overhaul of government. I believe in small government. I believe in a salary schedule that's equitable, that has parity. If you guys are in the same job class, you guys must be paid the same money, or by experience, or by education, or by some other qualification. Maybe you can make higher than another person. But a lack of consistency in salary among government Liberian employees is just amazing. How sometimes a secretary in one place can be making higher than a teacher or a nurse. those kind of discrepancies.
How do you think this government is facing the Ava? How do you think this will be resolved? How can you make the 40,000 supplementary 7 happy?
Okay, so this government, I think, should communicate better. That the first thing, this government, for these critical issues that involve people, people's lives, they should communicate better. They should have some kind of stakeholder engagement prior to putting those announcements up. They should have already engaged those people. Maybe the opening of the letter, I think, said they had talked to people and they had told them they were giving them the deadline. So if all that kind of conversation had happened and this is the deadline for those people to take action, then it's justified. But they have to look at government to find a way to transition these people, right? Whether these people have not been working for the last 6 years, they just been on like a padded payroll, there are solutions that they can find. There's some shovel-ready jobs. There's some other jobs in other places that they could put these people to and still maintain them.
Now I think you are making the point that I was driving towards. Before we get to Paul Kennedy and Isaac, though, why do you want to say something? I see that you're leaning in.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was my time to speak. I just wanted to.
You have not spoken yet? Okay, so you go ahead. This is the second round. My Paul and Isaac will have to speak.
Stanton, my thing is, let's get serious about government. The civil service organization requires certain benchmarks before a person can enter the civil service. If Honorable Bwaka has to deliver to the Liberian people, and if those standards were not met, it creates inefficiency in every agency where people are put and they didn't meet the requirements to come there. They are not telling any 40,000 people to go home. That is not true if you read what it posted. What they are suggesting, you have to come and regularize your employment with the civil service organization, wherever you are. So if you enter the civil service by the back door, look, the danger of President Weah literally destroy every single government agency, is taking huge effort to recalibrate the entire system. You cannot just take young men, and what he did to them was not even fair. He took these young men and women, just go somewhere that people got to eat. Like, get job, we got to put in somewhere. Government cannot work this way. Government has to push heavily. After they say something with a discrepancy when it comes to pay. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago. Anybody can look this up. I wrote a paper called Institutional Governance is the Only Hope for Liberia. And one thing I proposed in the paper was, look, we have to have a grading system. That's a G1 to G10. If you're a secretary, if you're a G1, doesn't matter where you are, all G1 get paid the same money. If you're a G10, if you're a minister, we have to find a way and create a matrix in the system where the pay discrepancy can be gotten rid of. So I can't have all this experience in somebody else. So they're not pushing anybody else. They just wanted to come in and attest to how they got hired in the process so they can put them in properly. They're trying to recalibrate the system. And that's the best thing to do.
Yes, my issue. Let's put the letter up. Then Paul Kennedy and Asido will speak to the letter. All right. I don't know whether it's even better for you guys, but that's the best we can.
Zoom in small more. I can read it. I can't see it.
Yeah, you gotta read it from your phone, Dualu, because I cannot. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can't zoom it in from here.
Okay.
But
that's fine.
You got it.
Go ahead, because I'm trying to find it.
We wish to extend our compliments and inform you that it has come to our attention that the status of over 40,000 civil servants have not been regularized from 2019 to 2023. This is the George Bernard Weah era. And that the proper processing of the personnel action notices, PAN, has not been adhered to. That's the first paragraph. We are therefore requesting that all heads of GOL, spending entities with government employees who were added on the payroll during the period of July 2019 to December 2023, and whose status has not been regularized by the Civil Service Agency, should work with the respective Human Resources Director to proceed to the Civil Service Agency and have the personnel action notices properly processed within a grace period of 90 days, beginning April 2nd to June 30th, 2024.
Yes.
All human resources director concerned are to take note and provide the required documentation to prevent employees affected by this situation from being deleted from the GOL payroll. If you have any question or concern regarding the PAN process, please contact your assigned civil service agency analyst at the CSA. That's the letter. That's the letter. I want to pause while I think it's in the chat room. Asido, what you make of this letter from the other side? Let me finish my question, Asido. 40,000 were added from 2003, from 2019 to 2023. 40,000 individuals were added. We passed the story as to why you added them. We know that you added them because you wanted to be malicious. Now, what you make of this letter, Asido?
So, Stanton, elections have consequences. When President Weah took over, he decided to do few things. One, to reduce the salaries of presidential appointees. The person that was in my position prior to me was taking home almost $6,000 US. When I got there, President Weah cut that into half. President Weah also decided not to appoint over 20 advisors at the executive mansion. He decided not to appoint 2 people to one position. So it was his personal decision as the leader of the people of Liberia to ensure that the poor people that are taking home 150, 200 can have food. Comes President Boakai, who has decided, CEO, to take 40,000 people off the payroll. The last time there was some 7,000 people across the place we're talking about. While these people are going, we have flooded appointment at the executive mansion that are taking 6,000, 5,000. That's the president's decision. We can't do anything about it. But let me say, can anybody on the show use their common reasoning to think that from 2019, 40,000 people were out of the payroll? Now, let me give you a hint. When we took over, we met in the tune of 60 to 70,000. So what you want to tell me today is the payroll of this country have about 110, 115,000 civil servants. If you were to take that just on $150 pay for each of them, yeah, you will be talking about $198 million. We got census, you know. We may not have had 10 PhDs, but we went to school. And when we were in school, we knew math, we're smart. We are not stupid. President Boakai can take all of the people from the payroll. Again, elections have consequences. That's the president's decision. But let me quickly end on this 1 minute quick, CEO. Ende Jemama, I wanted to address something you said, and I thought it was personal. And all joke aside, I thought you are not fair to me, Ende Jemama. I'm a CDC man on the show. Most of the people that watch the show are UP people. Ende Jemama, if you were to ask the people on the show, who is the most insulted? It's me. Who is the most respectful to? I don't want to blow my own trumpet. What does it mean? I don't respond to people. People say things to me. I don't care. I don't do those things. And gentlemen, you call us seditions yesterday, hooligans. You. And I am saying angry winners. You call that insult? And gentlemen, I will repeat angry winners for 2 billion of times. I thought it was never fair to me. You self would agree. People call me Blamado. People call me all kind of things. I don't shake. You call we are officials hooligans. Yesterday, you, Senator DeLong, call us bunch of gangsters. And you coming here to say, I say angry winners, so I'm disrespectful. And the mama is not fair. You know it's not fair. And I don't think you should do that. I think you owe me an apology for that. It's not fair, Ndidi Mama. If anybody should be appalled, it should be us. We are always insulted by those quote-unquote elite class who think they know it all. Well, we are always cool. So it's not fair. Please, I think you should take that back. You should apologize to me. Because you know the real truth. On the show, I think I don't bother people. People say all kinds of things to me. I let it go. And that's okay.
I say, those words that I'm using, those are the words that you use to us. You use to other people in Nigeria. You put a and this and that. So I don't think anything. It's not anything that CDC words.
Okay, I was looking at my time. I had 9 seconds. Let me quickly end on the 9 seconds.
It didn't mean anything. I owe you no apology for that. But I'm just saying, when you come here and you try to insult us, I mean, we retaliate. Don't do that. I still stand by my word.
I don't insult anybody. But again, 9 seconds quick to end. Let me use my 9 seconds quick to end. Liberia is a country of records. The first time we have seen people won an election and they are angry every day at Liberia. The first time we have seen people campaign, and after campaign, they campaign again in Liberia.
What do you
come on the show doing the campaign. Wait now, let me end quick. Doing the campaign.
No, but I said don't finish now. Yeah, why would we be doing this?
No,
Angie Mama, we got somebody watching the time. She watching the time. I said don't finish.
Doing the campaign, you said, George, we have failed. So the people voted for you. They agree with you. After the campaign, you still saying, George, we have failed. What do you want? After campaign, it should be governance. But this country is the first time when we see people running campaign, they running campaign again. George, we have failed. A lot of people voted for you. They agree with you. George, we are doing your job. They agree with you. It is now time for you now to create the job.
Thank you,
Stop running campaign. Govern now.
Thank you, Asido. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, the issue about the 40,000 and the letter that we just posted. Let's talk about it and Mambe will speak. Then from there, we got one last conversation. Then you guys can say anything you want to say for today.
Thank you, CEO. Everybody can hear me, right?
You
good? Keep asking because I'm using my earpiece.
You good?
CEO, let me be honest. I think the issue of the 40,000 civil servants on payroll that this letter is concerning is a slippery slope. You know, Aloma, I can't say the slippery slope good. It's an issue of concern, and I think this government should handle it with a high functioning strategic process. If they take it lightly, it increases or it keeps the wage bill very high. Of course, almost every month the government is using 29 to 30 million just on payroll. You multiply that by 10 months, you're talking about 29 to 290 to 300 million just on payroll. Nowhere else in the world you can develop any country with that amount of money coming out of the payroll of the budget we have. We have over 75% of the people working in Liberia working on government payroll. So I think government should look at first how they can begin to expand services or enhance private sector development, private sector expansion, enabling environment for private sector organizations to thrive will relieve some of this burden of the wage bill on government. And let me tell you why I think it's difficult. There are some people who were employed by between 2019 to 2024. I was employed 2021. When I came to government, Liberians were struggling with COVID. And because of my expertise, we were able to strategically implement methodologies that caught and captured COVID, and Liberians were doing very well. So there are some people who actually have the qualification. Like Glennie said, I was born in Sapema, in Bopolu, to a father who may have not been as famous, but was a Liberian. So I do have the right to be employed if I meet the qualification. So is the government telling me that they're going to kick me out of the list because I was employed between 2019 to 2024? So it is a difficult, very difficult and sensitive issue. There are some people who may not meet the qualification, like Fidega said, they need to go back to meet the Civil 7, whatever that formality is, so that they are duly employed and going through. But I don't think the government intention is to just put away 40,000 people. It's a very, very difficult and sensitive issue, and government needs to sit down, think of the approach that they're going to use in this recent time for it, for them not to encounter difficulties. And let me make my 1 minute point. I believe that government should reduce the wage bill, because if government does not reduce the wage bill, I can almost tell you there will be no development here in this country based on our annual revenue that we are generating. The government is paying too much money on salaries, too much money. Most of the money that comes to the entities go directly on salary. To that effect, you see limited or any productivity coming out. So government needs to strategize how they can shift some of the people on salary or payroll in government into the private sector. How do you subsidize?
But make it simple. I know you finished it. Paul Kennedy. Paul, make this simple. Make this thing simple, Paul, before we go to Ambula Mame. The letter is saying one thing. You say it's slippery slope. My wife can say it clearly. We got to eat pepper, you eat soda. But this thing, we got to understand, though. Dualu and myself was talking about this thing this after. He said, oh, man, they ain't firing the people. But look at the letter. 2019 up to now, you asking people to come out with documents? Well, I mean, what's behind this thing? What's the hidden clues of Paul Kennedy? What are you telling the people? I mean,
listen, I really don't think that the government has a bad intention. The thing is, everybody is a Liberian, so this government will not be trying to just put away 40,000 people. But the government is currently challenged. There is a difficult task meeting payroll. There is a big challenge finishing payroll and putting money to development. So it is the right thing to do. The right thing to do would be to reduce the wage bill so that government can apportion some of the money towards, infrastructure development, human capacity development, all of that, right?
After the 2 months,
it's not a wishful thing.
Yeah, but after the 2 months,
it does have to be a cautionary thing in doing it. You can't do it haphazardly. It's going to cause confusion in the country.
Thank you, Mame. Did the letter say we'll give you up to June, maybe 2 months or so, right? Listen, my phone is going off. People saying, well, but Stanton, why are you guys not talking about this thing? The protests at the executive mansion. They said 700 people came there, they show up, they tried to strike a deal with them. There was a protest. All right. As small as the protests were, but anyway, there was a protest at the executive mansion. People saying, I don't want to go home. I have my children. I got my house. I got to feed my family. I didn't ask Joe, we had to put me on slow way. But yeah, I am now. Can you find a solution for me? Mommy, read the letter. What's the solution?
The letter is calling to regularize, to review people's status. And there are different categories of people in that list. Some of them will be outrightly dismissed. Some of them will not be outrightly dismissed. Some of them will be repurposed and placed into different places. Look, leaders must be decisive. Leaders must be clear with their agenda. Before President Weah left, he issued an executive order putting freeze on hiring. The director of the Civil Service Agency announced that after the date the president said nobody should hire, thousands of people were hired in violation of the president's order. You don't have to have conversation with those people. You don't need to talk to them. Send them back to where they came from. There are other people who were hired and the process did not went well. The process did not go well. You can have conversation with the ones, try to complete their process, get their employment identification and put them in places where they can go. That's one category. There are other people in positions where they got no capacity to serve. And their presence there is causing inefficiency and making the government to not perform. You need to have a conversation with them how to build their capacity. And if there are people who are willing to build their capacity, you build their capacity and maintain it. If not, you create conditions for them to get training and do something else. So there are different categories of people. Some of them, the ones who were employed after President we have said no employment, send them home, back to sender. Clear with them. Those who have issues, they initiated their process, the way it got stuck in the process because one other minister did not want to include them. You can find a way you fix it for them. But Stanton, there was an intentional plan to create what we see happening here today. Look at the foreign service. You will soon see people in Nigeria, Ghana, America, all the different embassies. You see employee protesting too. That they want to be included, they want to be maintained. How do you just take people's children and just send them abroad? Some of them pay their own way. They are living with friends. And you want the government to insist that the government put them on payroll. It's wrong. But the way to do it, like you said, is not to be arbitrary. It's to be careful, it's to be systematic, it's to be strategic, and to communicate well. No government, no country in the world will succeed by keeping the government big and paying salaries. But you listen to the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs for 5 years, yeah. He conceded that you can do nothing. I don't care what you do, private sector will not create job here. He said it on the show. He said, I don't care what you do, private sector will not create job. You still put the poor buying government. We try, we will not make it. That's the mindset that was behind government. No, private sector can create jobs. The government can just small. The only thing you need a leader, bold, understanding what is happening, and can make decisions based on evidence. For example, even these people who complaining about jobs, and you're talking about private sector investment, let government say, okay, we investing this amount of money into a specific sector, say for example, agriculture, to produce fruits and vegetables that we are almost importing over 90% of, and improve the fruits and vegetable value chain. You can attach number of employment over 6 months or 9 years and 9 months. And tell these people you're putting down, we are creating opportunity for you. In 3 months' time, they will start to hire. They will bear patient. And after 3 months, if they see their friends going to work on the fruits and vegetables farm, it gives them hope. You can do it with furniture. You can do it with furniture. And say the government will buy mid-level furniture from local producers. Once you signal that, those local producers start to create the opportunity to hire more people to prove up their capacity to be able to produce to meet government demand. If they're having challenges, government can make initial investment in those challenges to address those bottlenecks. And after 1 year, people start moving into employment on that side. You can do it, but you don't have people thinking around the president. They're just looking for a simple solution. The simple solution is to put people on supplementary payroll. When new government comes, you force them on them. President Baka,
thank you. We're going to end with this, which is very good, and you guys can say what you want to say. I'm going to start with Glennis on this one. I think you guys followed the story concerning, I think his name is Councillor Lafia Go. Am I correct? From the Minister of Justice. He was hired, right? I think it's in the chat room. And then it was announced that he was hired. But now he's saying that they recalled his appointment. And he had a long thing out there saying because of the Gloria Musun-Scott case. So I'm going to try to upload it, but I want you to speak. You go ahead first, Glennie, while we're wrapping this thing up. What do you make of those kind of issue that I have 2 other individuals of the same thing. I'm hired, but they recall my appointment. Are we going back there? Because for him, it's very important because he ran, and in one of those districts, he didn't win. He's now representing Liberia with the United Nations outside of the country. But they call him. They say, "Come, we want you to serve in this capacity." Then surprisingly, they're saying, "No, my man, we don't want you no more."
I mean,
You muted yourself, lady.
oh, I saw what you shared. I don't know if his allegations or the things that he wrote, if they're all true, then this is wrong. Then we cannot be punishing him because he worked for the past government or because he was the lawyer for the government as against my Gloria Mususkatski. So this would be wrong. And I think this would be something, these are some of the stories that the government should not just overlook and let it go by. If they're hearing this, I think they need to give it some redress. They need to go into it, investigate it, check on it, because this has the potential to pile up. You have 2 or 3 stories now like this. You can't just be hearing these things and ignoring it and not investigating. So if this happened to him, I think this is sad. This should be condemned, and I think that it needs to be investigated. I don't think it's fair for Councillor Gould to, and I'm sure he's not lying. I'm sure he's saying the truth because he's somebody, he's a lawyer. So I think the government should investigate this.
So let's establish he was appointed. That's true.
Yes.
He was appointed. While waiting for his letter to go and get confirmed, then everything went quiet. All right. Alpha Dika, what do you make of this? I'm trying to upload what was posted for folks to see it. What do you make of it, Fadiga?
Well, this is just added on to the long list of couple of mistakes that we see happening here. But this is a new government. Some of these mistakes will happen. Should they be happening? No. I think they should do a better job of getting these things. I think I fell victim to similar situation, even though my name was not put there. But I've seen it happen. It's not unusual. It is happening. Why is this happening? I do not know. But I learned one thing, Stanton, that winning an election is one thing. Governing is another thing in this country, especially from the way our elections are won, where people have to come together. Satisfying everyone is not an easy task. I think the president is doing as much his best as possible to accommodate everyone. Some people will not be happy. Some people will be happy. But at the end of the day, the betterment of Liberia is paramount. It's what we should all be focused on. I think at the end of the day, if we have a government that will serve the Liberian people well, that is what we should be looking up to. One thing that we cannot say is that the president is not hiring incompetent people. A lot of the folks, some may have questionable past, but a lot of the folks so far that have been appointed in this government are competent. They have a long list of work history, unlike the Sycamore Tree folks that just grab people from anywhere and just put them in government. And we saw how that played out. For the last 6 years, there was 0 foreign direct.
But why are you going to Sycamore Tree? Now we're talking about the appointment.
To be specific with this case, these are petty mistakes that shouldn't be happening. There may be some I don't know. I really don't know what is going on, but I don't think it should be happening. We can do better than that. Sooner rather than later, we will own this country. I mean, when I own the government. Right now, we're still cleaning up the mess. At some point, when that grace period is over, we will own everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because government is continuity. Until that time comes, I think we should do as much as possible to get our house in order.
So thank you very much, Abba. Your take on, I think you know the Councillor Abba, or you have heard of him. The issue that he raised, it's in the chat room. I do not want to share it because I think some of those chat room issues are private. I don't think it's right for us to share it. But let's talk about Abba. He's making some serious case here. You hire me. You asked me to leave my job all over the country. I came down, and now you are not saying anything. You are not giving me a letter to go for confirmation. You are letting me go by slow way. Abba. I would not tell you to stop unmuting yourself, man. Bye.
And we can be all the way down at the problem. If that is true, that is absolutely not correct. That is wrong. If to say he was in a clear process, okay, you come, we send you or get your letter. We gotta wait for the Senate to confirm you, then before you can take your position, because I know some people who haven't been appointed, they have another job, they're still sitting at that job until they get their confirmation through. So that makes sense. But if this guy is actually being neglected by the system and not able to, do the job that he retired from his other job for, and then again, was that premature for him to retire? I think for him to resign, I think so. He should have come, taking a vacation time, come and see what the ground is like, see how he fits in before he put in his resignation from his other job. But overall, if that is what has happened to this guy, I think is very wrong. You can't do people that way, especially professionals who expect a certain level of engagement, But I don't know which Lafayette Gould is this. I know two of them. One was working at the Ministry of Justice. Another is a practicing.
It's the one that worked at the Ministry of Justice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think he was an assistant.
The one that worked on the Gloria Muslim Scott case. He ran for the representative seat. That's the Lafayette Gould. I think he's the cousin to your former chairman, probably.
Yeah, all of them are supposedly cousin too. Bazabul and Jerry related by the way. But my point is, so you said he was doing a UN job. He was in a UN capacity.
Yes, he's currently working representing Liberia on the UN job.
So has he resigned from that job?
No, he didn't resign. When they sent the appointment letter to him, he thought of coming down, assessing. He received. It was announced. His name is.
Yes, it was.
All right. And that's what happened. But another individual again, I know I'm going to bring in, I really want to hear from Isaac Domambe and Paul Kennedy on this. Another individual received his appointment letter. I have it. I have the full appointment letters. This is serious, Eduardo. He received his appointment letter. They received their letters, right? And they went to LDC. This person went to the other entity. I have the letter here. He received it on the 1st of April. And now they're telling him, no, we cannot honor the letter. They are telling him, the person that is there, let me call the person name, Edwin Dennis, who is cousin to the former president, George Manawia. How can the president give you a letter of Fadiga Eduardo? Go to this entity, and the person that the president said go replace, the CEO or the director or the minister say, I cannot take the letter. I have these letters, they are with me, and the guys, they're hanging. Like Money Captain did to the CFO. He had to go back to the executive mansion. Money Captain went and asked who sent him. He had to go. Money Captain went to the executive mansion to talk to Grisby to confirm whether Grisby sent this guy or the president sent him. Look what happened at NASCAR. Percy Yeke Webb said, I will not take this. And they had to remove her. Look what is happening. Yeah, in the case of the National Bureau of Concession. They appointed a man there.
Are you saying Edwin Dennis is over there and saying that he cannot release?
I'm going to send you, I don't want to say, I want to send you this for you to read it. I'll put it in the chat room. They send this young man, right? They send a young man. I want to say this because his name is Kamara. He was appointed. Dear Mr. Kamara, my compliments and best wishes on behalf of the President, His Excellency Joseph Yima Boakai, and consistent with Section 11.1 of the Act establishing the National Bureau of Concession, I am pleased to appoint you as Deputy Director General for Administration at the National Bureau of Concession. I'm reading the letter that is dated April 1st. Whether the letter was April Fool, I don't know, but it's dated April 1st. Your appointment takes effect as of March 26, 2024. So long time. They gave me the letter. They're saying that congratulations, in view of the above, I congratulate you on your preferment. Kind regards, the man went there. Now, it was very clear here. It's too long. I will put it in the chat room.
CEO, let me ask a question. Who signed the letter?
It's Edwin Dennis that signed this letter. And you got to understand, I want to put everything in this chat room, right? For you to see.
No, I don't get it. Edwin Dennis appointed someone in a position.
Wait, brother. Let me put it in the chat room because as if I asked the same question. I put it in the chat room right now. You'll read it for yourself. This is very serious.
So, no, what I have observed here, there are a lot of positions that are not necessarily presidential appointed position. But over the years, we have seen this happening, and once it happens, it becomes a set of precedent, and then it continues. But a lot of those.
So here's the point. Look in the chat room. March 19 letter that was signed by Joseph Yeman Boakai, the president, and look at the letter that was signed April 1st, and look at the message that followed thereafter. They are all in the chat room, and then you can speak to it. The issue here is that it's in the chat room. Can you read it, please? The issue here is that the same thing happened at LEC. It's the same thing happened at the Labor Ministry. And Councillor Cooper Crowd, that's his name, right? From Labor, he had to step in. These things are happening. My argument on the show today, why would President Joseph Yeman Boakai's signature, folks are not respecting his signature, Glennie?
And who is this Dennis Guy? Was he?
They not follow it. They tell you who is he.
Because this is not even the pattern. Boakai letter is usually on this other one. So where is this other letter?
Ain't you seeing the president's signature on the first letter that dated March 19, right?
Yeah, most of the letters, that's this one we see. We don't see it in any format.
And it's signed by the president, right?
Yes.
Okay. While we're having this conversation, let's go to ASIDO. I'm going to find the CFO letter to Money Captain. That Money Captain rejected. And they had to go back to the executive mansion to plead the case. While we're having that conversation, I'm going to find the letter from the Labor Ministry that they gave a gentleman and said, go to work, you have been hired. And they turned the gentleman and said, go back, we're not taking you. 4 different letters.
But the letter was April Fool.
The letter was dated April 1st.
Yeah, like April Fool, man.
Look at it, man. The only person who appoints people is the president. They need to get a letter to us who have known that. Somebody gave you a letter, then you're running the wrong way.
No, but look at the man March 19 letter before you dismiss it. Like Glennie said, the man March 19 letter, you cannot call it an April Fool letter.
No, but Stanton, we have to look at pattern.
But what kind of retro?
Every hold on, about every letter that Boakai has used with his signature is that green-looking paper. This other April 1st paper, that's not what they've used. We have to look at pattern. All of the letters that people receive from Boakai is the March 19.
It's signed by President Boakai.
Yes. They went like that flat. That letter that flat.
He's the only one who has the appointing power under our constitution. Nobody appoints besides the president, or he nominates. The president nominates.
It's not with all entity now, Paul. You know that it's not with all entity now. It's not with all entity, Paul. The board and the directors can do some appointments. Now with all entity, the president.
Nomination.
They can nominate. Correct. So, but let me hear from ASIDO. You laughing, ASIDO. There's something interesting to you. You are happy to have this kind of conversation. You are sharing the mail letter. You are making the case. What say you?
No, I'm not. It's nothing to be happy about, I mean, we are only almost like if you are in 12th grade and then You go to study class, the person wants to teach you ABC. Is the person wasting your time? Like teaching 12th grader ABC? See, government we have had. I would just say to Lafayette Gold, sorry, my brother, you just fall in the iron drop season. That's all. The only thing is, people, if your name comes on Executive Mansion website, don't be happy. Don't think you really got an appointment. Wait until you take seat and everything before you be happy. I dropped too much plenty in this government. This is CEO. Let's be fair here now. Is this the first? Is this the second? Is this the third? Is this the fourth? Is this the fifth? I mean, let's not waste our time on what is normal. This is the new norm of the government. I mean, this government, they are very experienced. They are experienced, educated, prepared. They are so much intelligent people. You know, sorry, Lafayette Gold, you fall in the iron drop season. The next time, don't be happy, brother. That's the way it's going. When your name come up, don't dance yet because it could be dropped in 2 days. But I thought quickly, before I end, it may be my last thing because I'm going to leave the show. While it's spot in, I know we already talked about it. You know, this is the reason why we need to be careful. See, while we're talking, I just got a text message from someone. Let me text the person and ask which entity. Let me real quick. The person said, Minister, I'm a UP partisan. Voted for UP in 2017 and in 2023. I started working in 2016, but was on supplementary payroll. It was during weird time my name got on CSA payroll. And our own people trying to remove us. And I say, well, I say, oh yeah, the person just sent me.
Let's talk to the person.
Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a good thing. I couldn't send a message to
you want to put them on the spot?
They're not going to call the person as it.
And what I want to do. When we were talking, I decided to talk to our people from Father Ministry and Father. One of the things I got was shocking. In my mind, about 80% of those 40,000 people came from UP. And you know, let's be careful. For me, it's important than iron drop. Iron drop is normal. It's not important to me. It's a normal thing. That's what the government is doing. Like every day we see iron drop. You know, the students in LU now cannot do more iron drop than the government. We all know the truth. So that one in our discussion point for me. What is important will be the livelihood of the people on how the government is catering. Please.
Are you calling them?
Hold on, let me see if I can call the person.
Yeah, try. But let me read this thing because Glenny will ask you a question. Yeah, that person has CDJ. Glenny, let me ask you a question real quick, right? You are asking a very beautiful
question. That's a good thing.
And people think that it was an April Fool. It's not April Fool. Read the last. It's not April Fool. Read the last message I put in the chat room. It's very clear, Ava, for us to say, "Oh, that's April Fool." No, it's not. The letter was never ever April Fool. It's very very legit. Read this person consent. It's in the chat room, Ava. Hear what the person's saying. That outgoing head at the NBC is Edwin Dennis, while Honorable Tito Momo is the nominee to replace Mr. Dennis, who tenure ends August. The case is before the Supreme Court. About tenure, Mr. Dennis has 4 months left. I was appointed as deputy for administration at the Bureau of Concession, a place where tension has always been between bosses and the subordinate. Unfortunately, this is important. Dennis ignored the personal letter given to me as DDGA at the entity pending Theodore confirmation. So it's not April Fool. He ignored. These guys don't have the mind to disrespect the president.
Completely.
Okay, so we shouldn't say and say yes, the man was April Fool. No, the man was appointed on the 19th of March. That's not the only place. President Joseph Yema Boaka removed Percy Yeke Webb because of insubordination. And yet we go all the other places issue happening. When they see the president letter with his signature, they run to the executive mansion for clarity. It's something about the executive mansion they do not trust individuals around the president. So therefore they have to go and clarify themselves. And this is concerning. I don't want anybody on the show say, "Oh, the April Fool, oh, they just joke." No.
Okay. So
no. I said, let me finish, because you always come with this thing here and condemn me as if to say it's a joke. So let me finish. I say, you will have your time. The issue remains here, the CFO at LDC, he was replaced. The president appointed another individual with the mandate granted to go and audit LDC. When Money Captain heard about auditing, he said he couldn't take the man. I have never seen in a country that president making the appointment and directors and ministers are there saying we will not accept you. How dare you? But Mama, speak to us.
So the first thing is everybody that got on the payroll outside of the process needs to be removed from the payroll. That's clear. People who went there the right way, meeting them. People are sharing letters about how the Civil Service Agency inform and notify different government agencies to not employ based on the president mandate, and they still went ahead and included people. We will face that problem. On the Council of Good situation, it's just one of the many situations we've been seeing. What I can see, President Boakai needs to take charge of running his government. He needs to take charge. This is no longer a mistake. This is a deliberate action by people in the executive mansion. There are cubicles of power in the executive mansion, or enclaves of power in the executive mansion. Separate enclaves all around. If you are not in good book with 60% or all the master head of all those enclaves, you cannot get to where you want to get, even if the president issue a letter for him. How can the president issue a letter?
That's possible. Thank you. Jesus.
How can the president issue a letter? And somebody said again, accept it. It's because the different enclaves are the one controlling and not the president in charge or a designated authority. In this case, the Minister of State should take charge of the situation. Those enclaves, some of them, they have control over how you get letter. So if you get the president letter, if you connect it to the enclave of power or that cubicle of power that can give you the president letter, and you're not in good books with the enclave of power that can send your name to the Senate, you will have a president letter, your name will not get to the Senate.
That's true.
If you in connection with the enclave of power that can give you letter, and not in connection or in good book with the enclave of power that can announce your name, you will get presidential appointment letter, your name will not be announced on the executive mansion website. So you have to go and be weedy and downing with the enclave of power that can give you letter, the enclave that can announce your name, the enclave that can send your name to the Senate, and the enclave that can even organize your commissioning ceremony. This is bad governance. This is bad governance. We need to put stop to it. It's no longer a mistake. The president needs to take charge of his government, or invest and share that authority, put it in somebody, and let everybody follow.
Yes.
You can disagree in the process, but when a decision is made, it is the decision. Go to the thing is getting so embarrassing. Go to LBS, my own brother from Bombing, Fagon. The president appointed, nominated people. Fagon went on Facebook and said it's unacceptable.
Oh.
He posted, he said it's unacceptable. Up to today, all of those who were announced, because they're not in good book with the enclaves that can issue letter, they have not received their letters. For heaven's sake, who does that? Who run a government like that? So, Councillor Good's situation is regrettable, but it's just one of many that have happened, and many that will happen if the president doesn't take charge. It needs to come to an end. And the way it should come to an end is for us to pick it up and lift it up and call on the president to take charge. This is disappointing. You're embarrassing us. Every time we come here, people who bastardize the country are creating false comparison between they and President Boakai. What's that? The enclaves, the different enclaves of power in the mansion are controlling the process. The president needs to take charge and bring this under control.
And let me interrupt you, guys. And I just sent the other letter in the chat for you to look at it. Up to now, as we speak, Money Captain say he's standing his ground. He would not accept a new CFO.
Wow. That is so wrong.
And Sylvester Grispe agreeing with Money Captain. Sylvester Grispe, when you talk about the enclave, those cartels that have, restaurated, they're there. We shouldn't, listen, when I wake up 4 different appointments, Glennie, with the president's signature, has been rejected from different entity and ministry just because it's not Sylvester Grispe sending them. I'm right now chatting right now. I'm chatting with the individual. Go in the chat room and see that letter. Appointed as CFO for LDC. As of now, the whole board, the new board that was appointed by President Boakai for LDC, they told Money Captain, you have to transition to this newly appointed CFO. Money Captain looked in the eye and said he would do up to now. He has not done it. The only reason Money Captain refusing, because this gentleman is going in there to audit the LDC, to audit the entire. He and his team will go and do a total audit of the system. And here we are, we think it's a joke. But if we say that Sylvester Grispe and some people around this president making things so difficult because we supported the president, people say, hey, Stanton, give it 100 days, give it 1 year. So what I'm doing, I'm making let me learn on this. All the appointment letters that people are rejecting, that have just said, hey, just read it, Glenn, hey, is there? Ain't just read it? I will put maybe 9 of them in there, 9, for y'all to read and see that when the people, when they give them the letter and say, go, may God be with you, go and serve your country, the people reject the president appointment just because it's not Sylvester Grispe. How dare you to leave? Well, I said, Money Captain, I'm saying Edwin Dennis, I'm calling their names.
It's ridiculous.
What's the strength of the president words? What's the strength of the president's signature? Because his chief of staff, his minister of state is undermining him and bringing more trouble to the executive mansion. Let's say as it is. He's undermining the work of the president. Can Joseph Yima Boakai, President Boakai, take step? Can the president come out and say enough is enough? This is the same Sylvester Grispe that called senior cabinet meetings and a meeting and in uproar. Everybody talk, and they walk out of the meeting because no respect, no coordination, no structure. And here we are today. It's not one. I will put everything in there for people to see it. Why are they rejecting? Who are they to reject President Boakai appointment? Who are they to say no, you will not? If you talk, you know what they told one of the guys? I'll rest on this one. They told one of the guys, and they told the guy, say, and you went on Spoon to talk, and you said we took the job on you, we will not give you the job. I will bring this bill on the show tomorrow. No, hold on. I said, hold on, let me learn. I don't want to forget. Glennie, they get the man letter. Right? They took the job from the man. And the man called me. Still don't know what they did to me. I said, let me see what happened. I don't know the reason why they took it from him. I'm not going to get there. The next few days, the man called me and said, hey, Stanton, because you mentioned it, they said I will never get a job again. If I continue talking, they will not give me no job. So my letter stuck in my hand, and they gave the job to somebody else.
That is terrible. That's
Stand
terrible.
up. Stand up.
Because still controlling. Because why would not top anything? I said you not top anything now. I know it's special. I know it's special.
This is
See, oh, we thought
they show that tennis game. A tennis game is
can I say something? And this is my observation, and I think
okay. So let's go in order. Fadiga, you will speak. You will speak. And Jamal will speak. I said do Paul Kennedy. Sorry, I said via Paul Kennedy. I said do Mambe and Glennie. Then we'll move. So Fadiga, you have your 2 minutes, please. Let's speak within 2 minutes, please.
So Glennie, you keeping time?
This is what I have observed so far. I just shared the act establishing that stuff. That letter is authentic. Look, what some of the confusion that I have seen so far on the ground is this: a lot of those positions that we are seeing presidential appointment, those are not presidential appointment. The president are not required to appoint those people. A lot of the positions that are coming out of the executive mansion are positions that the director, like for that Bureau of Concession, if you look at section, it was even mentioned in the letter, section 11.1, it gives the executive, the director, the power to appoint the deputies. I can remember that happened to my good friend Fago. I don't want to go into the detail of it because I don't want to be merely in the business, but I'm privy to it. What this government is struggling with is the fact that there was this political merger which brought different people on the table, and in order to accommodate everyone, like I would just be bold with and go with LBS. They appointed my good friend Fagon as the executive director. The next morning, with all his knowledge, several other positions were lined up under him because they have to accommodate people. There are certain strategic positions the executive director wants to have a say, at least be consulted. And those names came out. Something is going on in there. I do not want to speculate to see what is happening, whether anything shady is going on. I do not want to assume that. But he was furious. He didn't like it. They had to work it out some kind of way, and it's being handled. And I see similar things happening in other agencies and ministry, so that people are not normally, most of the head of those institutions are required to bring their own deputy, people that they can work with. But because our situation is so politically charged, these appointments are coming from the president. And because it is not properly coordinated, I believe, we are having blowback. Some people say names were put on it, and this name was something. I have been victim of some of those things too. It's just that I have not been public about it. But
I'm sorry to interrupt you. So therefore, the president will appoint because you're supposed to appoint, and the president make the appointment means that you can say no.
No, you cannot say no because the president has everybody else in the government serve at the will and pleasure of the president. So his appointment supersedes any other appointment. And this is what
that's not correct.
Hold on. Wait. Once the president makes an appointment, it set a precedent for other presidents to follow suit. That how most of these different appointment became presidential appointment.
All right, but let's move on. Look at Glennie enjoying. She's not even watching the time. Let them move on.
I already put the time there. I put Fadiga 2 minutes 30 seconds. It's in the chat.
You're not even looking at it. The man will tell you not look at it. Andrew Mama, this is concerning though. Listen, I'm speaking to you. A lot of people sending me the same thing here and there. I think this one have crippled this government.
It's terrible.
Okay, it's bad for us. On a serious note, Andrew Mama, we can say, listen, don't even call CDC name into it because it will be so childish, and people will end up laughing. Because the issue is that it is us now. Our government should do the right thing. Let's be objective. If the president appointed Andrew Mama, regardless of the situation, you cannot go to the executive mansion or go on social media and say it is unfair, I will not accept. I mean, and you are rejecting the individual that the president is sending. So where is the misplacement? But talk to us, Andrew Mama. You get your 2 minutes, man.
For me to start with, in the first place, most of the people that are rejecting the president's nomination are people who were appointed in the past government. They stay in the institution, strangulating the government, holding on to the positions because, like, I don't know who was saying that, because we don't have somebody who is controlling the situation. The president has put somebody in charge. I'm sure he got somebody in charge. The president cannot do everything. So when you say, okay, I won't stand to be appointed in this position, he signs it. Somebody must be in charge to make sure that they implement the president's order. But from what I see, you said I shouldn't mention CDC, but CDC government is still holding the government hostage. They stay there. All the people are still.
I beg you, can I interrupt you, Andrew Mama? I know you have your time. I'm not asking you to go forever, please. Andrew Mama, it just happened to ask of Social Security. In less than 2 weeks,
I'm coming in.
Let me finish, Mama. In less than 2 weeks, they let her go. You know what is happening to LDC? The best friend of Sylvester Graceway is Money Captain.
Well, I'm coming there.
Okay? So he is now telling people, say he cares less about the board. The board members, the board chair, they are fighting to get through Money Captain. We are not picking on Money Captain, but this is so bad. The exchanges on text messages that we have, that Money Captain cannot acknowledge the president appointment. Because when he goes to the executive mansion, he sits with Sylvester Graceway. Sylvester Graceway is running a pseudo government, an on-the-side government. I'm dead serious. I am speaking because we need to speak on this issue. Go to Sylvester Graceway home. Sylvester Graceway have established his own special clique of government officials that only answer to him. Anything that get out of the executive mansion will not be accepted by any one of Sylvester Graceway folks. So these people are emboldened. They get a mindset, they get a heart to reject President Bouakai letter. Not one, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, 9 different letters I have. Folks are refusing to honor the president appointment. Don't put it on CDC.
Okay,
if CDC appointed Money Captain, Sylvester Graceway is protecting Money Captain today. And that's the problem. Go ahead, man.
I understand you cannot go down. Glennie, please take my time into consideration. So what I was trying to say is that you have all these CDC people all into the government. They stay holding on to power and they are there. And when the president appoints people, they are rejecting them. First of all, if I were president, let Uncle Joe listen to me tonight. Nobody will be there to refuse my letter. Because that thing that Money Captain doing to LEC, it is totally gross disrespect. I don't care who you're friendly with and what is what. And I know Sylvester Graceway, you are ambassador to Belgium. I know that man. He's a very good man. But if he would sit on here for people to corrupt his mind to do the wrong thing, then I will never be on his side. Because this shows gross disrespect to the presidency. And it's embarrassing and it's making us to be ashamed. CDC just not laughing now because they still controlling. Why would Money Captain reject the president appointment? Why? It could have never happened on other government. Why would you do that? It's the respect. Even if Sylvester Graceway told him, say, don't it, you say no. I cannot do that because it has an effect on the president. So I will not do that. I will accept it, and maybe I will talk to the president later on this. but you cannot be rejecting people. Okay, they fired Yakape.
2 minutes, 30 seconds gone.
Okay.
Next person.
What you do to answer though?
I got my clock here.
Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Ava, I'm going to put another 2 more appointment letters in the chat room. The reason why we're doing this because the people say, "Oh, don't talk it, let it go, Ava." But I have come to a place that we need to say it because people are disrespecting the highest office of the land. They are disrespecting our president. They have no regards. Regardless how you going to put this though? It's so bad. It's so ugly that you're going to sit here. This can never ever be George Manawea appointing somebody and a director say, "I will not take you." Listen, I'm not trying to put anything. This can never be my Ellen.
That's true.
Even if we're going to have President Cummings, it will never happen. So where are we? That Sylvester Grisby having his own form of government that people want to loyal to him. Look at these messages I'm going to put in the chat room today. They may care less about any appointment. People are saying he doesn't even recognize, Money Cartel does not even recognize President Boaga as president.
Wow.
To be fair, I'm saying in the chat room. I mean, my man, just so you can joke with this thing because sometimes I just look at you to say, yeah, you will just say everything I said, I joke. It's not.
No,
I'm speaking to people.
CEO, I hope you're not speculating. I hope it's not a speculation because nobody disrespects the president.
I'm going to, no, listen, Moneyball. I'm sorry to call you Moneyball. Ava, let's say I'm baking you. Let me put it in the chat room. I like to put it there because you, Ava, with your old center, he get fired thing, that pepper and salt, no. The same thing about this appointment. It's not the first appointment that was rejected by Money Captain. It's not the second appointment. Go talk to me, Isaac.
Okay, again, I don't know who's supporting the president with these appointments, but clearly the Bureau of Concession appointment is not as bad as that Bureau of Concession Act is. Like somebody woke up soon in the morning, they say create an act and they just wrote it up and send it. As bad as that act is from a technical and structural standpoint, it's still the law. So the president cannot violate the law because of his position. It's not his role to appoint the deputy at the Bureau of Concessions. It's just plain and simple. We can't let, because somebody is president, so they just violate the law because of them. No. He could have had a conversation with Eddie and said, look, this is my preference to go to that position because you're going out and somebody else is coming. Theodore Momo, I've discussed with him. So let this person take the position now. It's at that discretion and in consultation with the civil service agency. So it's not just to just appoint willy-nilly. No, we can't do that. But these instances have occurred consistently around the president. Does that mean whoever advising him on appointments is incompetent? We need to find out. And what you see in terms of Grisby having his own structure, does he really have a separate structure? If by now the president has not recognized that, there's something wrong with the president or the people around him. Because look, the president has to be the president. If it doesn't work, the government will not work. Factions are always around presidents or around leaders. I don't care who you are. The president got his friend. The president got his other professional people. The president got people who got something on him, that they got some level of control on him. He's a human being. He's been around for 40 years. You think Joseph Boaga perfect? He's not perfect. So people can compromise him or have compromised him. So he got to be strong as president and say, look, this is how we're doing it. I appointed this person. I want this person in this position. I understand the law. You go talk to that director general, let him cooperate. It's about concession. It's about discussion, about compromise. He can't just
crazy
all the time. Give me the time.
Granny, now you I appreciate you. Okay. Thank you very much. Granny, you on point. Why you put a strike on acid do?
I get it,
Let me show you the clock. Let me see the clock.
Let's welcome Conor Gray. Conor Gray, we miss you. I know you've been working. You usually come in late, but it's good to have you, Conor. Paul Kennedy, we can laugh, we can joke with this thing. It's very, very serious. It's hitting home. making the leadership, our president, again, I would say it, people don't want to hear it, but everywhere you go, it's showing the weakness of the structure at the executive mansion. What the folks are doing is very bad. Advisors are fighting each other. Trust me, I know. And this appointment thing will not stop. I want to hear you, Paul Kennedy. I have nine letters in my possession that was rejected by directors and CEOs and ministers, but you have the president's signature on it. It's a disgrace, though.
Yeah, CEO, and I couldn't agree more with my brother Mame and Aziva. The president has an oversight responsibility. Any president who does not have that responsibility will be lied to, will be misdirected, will be ill-advised, will be manipulated. I mean, I can list what will happen to that president if he does not have the oversight responsibility and the decision-making, the final decision-making authority. So there are people around the president, and I'm not privy to this information. It is an assumption, and I saw that assumption based on the transitional team the president set up. The transitional team the president set up came to the various entity and had the responsibility to assess what was going on, but also in the process, vet the rightful, competent, capable individuals that could have been probable names suggested to the president to make the final appointment. I don't think they were paying attention to that. In fact, what I observed of some of the transitional teams where they were looking for spot to have themselves employed. So their interest came before anything that they could actually do to support the president. So they took their eye off the ball. Instead of supporting the president, instead of guiding the president, instead of advising the president, they were trying to seek appointment for themselves. And that syndicate, my man, I'm not 2 minutes here. Let me finish my point.
1 minute 38 seconds. No, you did. I did not count Stanton.
He's not an official. He's not an official.
1 minute 38 seconds. I will not.
Yeah, you subbing the Roman Fonso.
So yeah, Ava, you lot of time people. Let give Paul another 1 minute, man.
I rescue right here on the open.
I give up. Corruption issue. I give up. Corruption issue.
1 minute for the 7 seconds.
No, it can't be for the 7 seconds. My hand was to my mouth.
I said 1 minute for the 7 seconds.
But Glenny, can you give him? Now you can would I give you another minute, please? Because you were interrupted by.
Please don't take my job. Don't take my job.
President Stanton appointed Glendy and Val rejected the appointment and said he would do the job.
and Glendy has a tenure position.
But that is what we are seeing right in this chat room. I mean, we are seeing that right on spoon. The leader has to open his eye, or else people will try to write them. You know, the reason why some of these appointment letters have been rejected and not honored, I don't think anyone in their sound mind would disrespect a legitimate appointment from the presidency. I don't think anyone in this country would do that. But just like Abba said, some of these institutions should not be appointed by leaders of this institution, should not be appointed by the president. And several presidents before President Boakai have set bad precedents that President Boakai is ill-advised against. You know, so these are the challenges that the president is faced with, that he really needs to take a hold of his government, or else they're going to pin him bad. Because remember now, it is the Liberian people that he got Liberian people around him. They're not injured around President Boakai, that it seems Liberian people, and they are opting to do the same wrong thing they advised President Weah and President Ellen Johnson on.
Thank you for your time.
This thing is difficult. Let me bring it out.
I will just put a clock here for him.
No, but Glenn, you are doing your job. You are doing your job, and this is what the advisors around the president is doing.
You know what happened? I did the clock over the edge, Mama, for Isaac.
No. You can't.
Thank you, Mama. Please spark him.
Oh man. But guys, let me ask a question. I think it would be good for you guys that know will help though. Why was Sylvester Grisby removed from Madam Salif government?
No, let other people finish with their own thought before you go.
Yes.
That one.
I think go ahead.
The clock has started.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, let me quote Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. 6 months before the campaign, before the election, he was on OKFM. He is the vice president of this country right now, serving under Joseph Boakai, the president. He said he supported President Boakai in 2017 because he knew that by 2023, President Boakai will be old man, his brain will be draining, he will not make it. That's what he said, not me. Let me also go further to quote Prince Johnson, the political godfather of Jeremiah Kuhn. On a leaked audio, he said, but when I y'all know the papa, when I told the papa, when you know the papa will just be there, that Jeremiah Kuhn will be doing a job, you know it. We sounded the alarm on all these things. What is different from what is happening today? And everyone here keep embarrassing the president. You are making the people to think that the president is just a ceremonial president, that someone else or group of people are president while they just put in a chair, the papa be here, just be here, do all thing right here. You got to defend that. You got to keep defending. And I thought it's bad for the country. When you want to tell the country that there's a leadership vacuum, the president should be responsible. And Grisby, as far as I know, is implementing the policies of the president. And this is the policy of the president. And let me also end here. The president appointed George Lobo. When the president appointed George Lobo, CDC called to the executive marshal and told them to take that letter and put it in the trash. So they followed CDC order and they put that letter in the trash. This tells you how CDC is powerful. And then
don't waste your time, man. Stop.
So CDC is so powerful that CDC is even controlling UP government. And then Jemama is powerful. So my small town, I gave to you, Jemama. I gave my town.
You got nothing left. Mama, go ahead.
Jeremiah Kuhn is not a doctor.
I cut you on my back for mommy. Mommy, I give you my
you did not treat other Dofele. How can enter your mama be a turkey, bro?
No, I kept his time. I kept his time.
This is unfair.
I gave mommy my extra 2 minutes so that 4 minutes.
No. You have to give him the first 2 minutes. Yeah. And we can go back to the board meeting.
No,
no, sister. That's not how you see how you can be mess government up. Let the man have his 2 assignments first. Yeah.
The president taking charge. I want to be the president taking charge. The president in charge.
That president can give us a go more meaning.
But on a serious note, during political times, people can make statements. But when intelligent people rely on somebody who is not a medical doctor and not a medical report to question somebody's ability to think, then you want to question that person's level of understanding. Jeremiah Kuhn is not a doctor. He made a political statement. Prince Johnson is not a Joseph Boakai doctor. But you use their statement to conclude on somebody's ability. No medical record. And you claim to be intelligent? That's a problem with you. But closing, the future of politics in the country, opposition politics, governance, will be determined by a whole lot how Joseph Boakai administration performed. And that is the reason why we keep pushing hard so it performs high standard. If Joseph Boakai performs at high level, the people who are thinking about coming to replace him will try to think far above him. And in that case, the country will benefit. If he underperform, then they will start looking for options all around, and accidentally, we might have a character that we are. Not say we are. We might have an incompetent character coming back to be president. So that's why we're pushing President Boakai to perform so hard so that the next group of people thinking about leadership in our country will be thinking far above him. And in that case, he will make good decisions and our people will benefit. We wanted to say that. Akara's Grey protest, Akara Grey is a political Nokia 3310. He has refused to upgrade himself. 12 years in the legislature. His first approach to opposition politics is protest. In 2024, only because all the years he was in opposition, the only thing he knew was protest. He has failed to upgrade himself. In 2024, where people looking at budget reviewing and putting policy prescriptions and suggestions, or his first option, that protest. He far below the thinking of the people he wants to lead. He need to go and sit, find time, and upgrade himself. President Boakai, the different enclaves of power around you, you need to demonstrate, you need to show that authority in somebody to
You hear the
control it.
clock? We're not upgrade. You hear the clock alarm? 2 minutes.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, the clock is working today.
I think we should do away. We should do away with it. We should do away with the flag thing, or we should increase the minute. The 2 minutes too short.
Yeah,
maybe
that's,
we can make
yeah,
it 3
the
minutes.
minutes is
That's
better.
good. I'm the assistant to her.
Yeah, and maybe the 3 minutes will do. But let's welcome Conor Gray. We have not heard him. He came in late. Conor Gray,
Well,
we
you can
discussed
have
so
10
many.
minutes. I go.
We,
10
no,
minutes.
no, you don't want to get Conor Gray 10 minutes. We're great to Conor Gray. But we discussed a lot of different issues, man. What we ended to with all the appointment letters, right, Conor Gray, we're just coming through, and it seems to be that everybody disrespecting the president, and I'm hurt. It's not only about Sylvester Graceway attitude. It's not only about his on the side government he's running, because I'm hearing these things. He got people that he can sign and say, go to jail, man, go get furniture. You know, he got stuff that he's doing, operation that he's running. But he have come to the place here that, you know, folks have to meet his approval, even though you got a letter from Jose Yimabwaka. Who's the president? Who's running the affairs of the state? Conor Gray.
You know, prior to Madam Sirleaf, Stanton, prior to Madam Sirleaf, the protocol in place was that the president must approve an appointment, whether or not it's a low-level government appointment. When I served, all two deputies, Minister of Defense for Operation, Minister of Defense for Administration, those are Vice Royal's position. Those two positions have to be sanctioned by the president. Assistant minister positions the same, but the minister proper can advise, can nominate, can suggest, but it is left with the president's approval before those people can serve their position. When Madam Sirleaf came, she did it differently. She waived that right to some of the minister proper to suggest names, and most of the names that were submitted to her, she approved, because these are the individuals the president, the minister proper, feel he can work with. But I don't know if that is a law. I don't know whether that is a law that the minister proper or the director proper can appoint his deputy. I don't know. I have yet to see that legislation. But one of the fears we had coming into this era was that the infamous cognition by Dr. Richardson about Mr. President's cognitive ability was outplayed over and over and over and over again. And we made the case that some of the individuals around the president will use him. A lot of things will go on, he may not be aware. They will use him. But at this point, I think the president is just too nice. Presidents are not supposed to be this nice. People will take advantage of your administration. Everything that goes on in this era when we move forward, they will say President Buckeye's administration. So I agree with those who say he should take control of his destiny. Otherwise, there are lots of people with selfish motive around him that will use this moment. I saw a guy who was appointed Deputy Minister of Defense for administration, but because somebody within that cartel, that gendarmerie around the president, they have their own clusters. I think I was Mami or somebody who said it. They have their own cluster interests. That appointment never worked. That guy, you understand, was truly appointed by President Buckeye. But because somebody within the circle, and these are the moments I'm afraid of. That's why sometimes an imperial presidency should take advantage of that moment. Because if you don't, there'll be so many prime ministers. I remember the infamous guy they call Situma. He was a prime minister. Grisby is no different. And my brother, until President Buckeye takes control of his own destiny, you will hear a lot of foolishness like this. And I hope we can continue to make the case that he needs to take advantage, take control of his own presidency. Otherwise, where are we going? I don't want CDC to feel that they ran a better government than this era. I don't want that. Because you know what? They are championing that cause right now. They're saying yes. President Weah was just like that.
Yeah, they
President
are.
Weah was just like that. He was the dummy sitting in the middle, and everything around him, all he needed to know, probably get his NCXO from one of those people. He just called and say, "Hey, how much in the coffers there?" For him, his interest was narrow. But I think President Buckeye has a real bigger interest than just asking how much money in the coffers so that he can get his share. I think his interest is bigger than that. But he just need to stand up and take the leadership.
Kind of great, thank you. I think you said something so unique. President Buckeye is so nice. And I think people should go home with that. Because he loved Liberia, look at the meeting today. He told every one of them, you must declare your assets and publish it. He said that in the meeting today. He told every one of them that he will not talk about the asset declaration again. If you're ministers, director, wherever you find yourself, declare your asset and publish it. He said that.
Well, he said it many times, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying he looked in the eyeball, right? I'm not saying that he is saying he have declared his asset. But today he reaffirmed and he told them that it's a must that they should do it. And when we asked about his own assets declaration, when he will publish it, he willing, like today, like yesterday, to publish it. But guess who hold on to it again? The same Grisby. I know I said don't say, but why the president can just say, well, I said don't say that. Glenny, you telling me, Glenny, you put me on the clock.
I said, please stop interrupting the president, please. Go ahead, Stanton.
A different news in that style, you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. But let's say this though. It is important for us to believe that as we champion a new Liberia, a better Liberia, we all should speak truth to power. When I ask somebody about why Madam Salif push Grisby aside, Grisby is from Greenville. My family, my dad from Lexington, my mom from Greenville. I will say this. I really don't hate Grisby, Sylvester Grisby, the minister. I love him. But I wish he can do that which is right to build a good government that President Buckeye is fighting for. If you cannot help, don't hurt. Tatiakwa, the crewman, let it go. If you cannot help it, don't battle. But it's too much of a problem. Grisby, then you get all your friends there, you have entangled them, all your CWA high school people, all the old people that work in. Look at it, Grisby's own brother, he's here. He appointed his brother as board member. His brother is sick. Did he tell President Bouaka that his brother was sick? I don't want to go there. His brother is here in America. I said, Grisby, his own family, he rather tell the Liberian people that his brother is sick, or he just put his brother there to get some money. Can we ask whether the president know about this Grisby brother that he put on the board? You can say, well, that's a board thing. But the man's sick. We're not hearing Glennie. I know you say I get 20 more seconds.
No, I say he needs to be functional. Even if he's sick, he needs to be functional.
And the issue is that what is going on here? The people from the outside, Auntie Mama, they are not the one that complaining. They don't CDC. They're the people from within, our own brother and sister there, that fought for this thing. That this thing, people are saying they will leave the executive mansion if Grisby continue on this path and the president saying nothing. Then I asked them, did you tell the president? Then I asked them, did you sit with the president? Did you tell him? There's so many things we know, folks. For us to save Liberia, we should speak this truth. And I think as early as it is, there's so many problems that this one minister of state have caused. It looks like that's a sweat on that position. I don't know if any of you believe in myth. It looks like that's a sweat on that minister of state position. Once you hit that position, they either put you on sanction or the Liberian people hate you forever. That's something about that position. And that's what we are seeing. Grisby is not performing well. He's not. I can look in his face and tell him he's not performing. That's not the Joseph Nyeman Bouaka agenda. If you sit with President Bouaka, you see the love on his face. You see what he intends to do for Liberia. But you need someone that will champion your cause. And I rest on this thing. I will say no more. It's 8:07. I think Nelson will be coming to do a show. Guys, let's close. If you want to say anything, speak now. I'm done. Tomorrow, there's a serious issue happening. I spoke to one Stanton Gay. He said he owned the land at the Catholic area. And they went there, they put all the people's stuff outside. You saw it on Spoon. They broke down the people's houses. And then I said, well, who owned this land? And somebody said, that's Stanton Gay. I was able to get his number. I called him. I said, my man, you get my name? He said, yeah, I always watch you. I said, man, but you get my name, then you're breaking down the people's houses? And he explained a story that this case been in court for a very long time.
Yeah.
He said the people was squatting on the land.
Yes.
He said nobody get a deal. Nobody can show anything. The commissioner or whosoever was in that area just told them, say, you go build there. But every time he go to the court and he win his case, Joel government said, no, we can't let you to take the people from there. Joel government will stop it. So I said, can you come on Spoon Talk to talk? He said he will consult his lawyer and he will come on Spoon Talk. I said, then Joel government been stopping? He said, yeah. I said, then what happened this time around? He said, well, this government see fit that I won my case and we have to take the people out. I said, but you know, there are women and children. Some of them been there for 30 years. Some of them been there for 40 years. People are crying. They are displayed right now. When I watched the video, what they did today, breaking down the people's homes. So 2 of those victims reached out to me again. I think we should hear them, and we should hear Stanley Gay. That's his property. He got all the documents. The court says it's yours. He showed them, he proved it. But where is our government? Thousands, tens of thousands of people, children, babies are displayed. Will the government step in? Will the government find a solution? If the man wants his property, but is there any other way we should come in as a government to see babies, mattresses, clothes, copper, everything on the street, nowhere to go? Where is our government in this fight?
What does the government do?
Oh, the government must do something. The government has to do something. But again,
government can do something.
Government
Government
can-
can
And the
do
government
something.
have already done something. The law.
No, I beg you now. I
No,
know
be
we have this
specific.
conversation. I know we have the
Just a few meters away from the Catholic Junction.
show this, and I want you to look in the camera and say, what can the government do? The government can find a solution. The government must find a solution. The
What
government
kind of
should.
solution will you be proposing?
I'm not here to be an advisor to propose. And that's why we have the conversation
The
tomorrow.
government through the legal process have evicted the
We
people.
are not
That's what it's all about.
We are not saying he's not right, Fadika.
Yes,
We are not saying the code was wrong. But in this instant, if you have 10,000 people, 100,000 people being displayed like this, the government will step in. They have an agency, an entity responsible for this, Fadika. The government must step in.
Just a few meters away from the Catholic Junction, and we're talking about 13.70 acres of land. So we've been able to walk the entire stretch from the bridge to Catholic Junction leading to the Catholic Hospital all the way to the beach. That is the length of this property, the property that folks are to be evicted from. So you're talking about an entire community of people. Let me just give you the description again. So if you know Liberia, where you come to Catholic Junction, you just coming towards the Catholic Hospital, there is a small bridge. From that bridge all the way to the beach, that is the length of the property. So this cannot be shown here. It is not being square.
You are looking at that and you say, what can the government do?
As horrible as
You are
that.
looking at that. No, let's talk let's talk one at a time now. You are looking at that, and that's the reason why, because Jowea had no solution, he stopped him from going to
No,
bring
that,
people
I
home.
disagree.
No, but me finish. I beg you, Fatika, we're not arguing, my man. I beg you back.
I hope to see peace
And-
and
and- Fatika, I don't want to argue. I gotta go. I don't want to argue. No, I will not argue with you today.
But CEO, the government can do something. They're not one person they're removing. They're not two persons. There are over 1,000 persons that are going to be
Yes.
affected.
Yes.
Under the International Finance Corporation Act, the IFC standards, when somebody resides somewhere for over 10 years, to move them out, you have to provide immunity for resettlement of them. Now, don't get me wrong. They were not right to occupy the people's premises illegally, right? But they've been there for over 20 years. So to get them now, I think government can say, listen, we got some estates around here, or we can provide you small stipend, put them
So
out.
you-
It's a human.
You are free, you are getting off, Paul Kennedy. We'll bring you back when you're done. But let's wrap up. Let's close on this one. I do believe that we showed the second video. It was a harsh invasion, though. It was very harsh. I mean, I don't know, but I think I believe that yes, you have entity that are responsible to relocate the people, to resettle them, to find means, and I think the government should step in. Those are folks that live on the street today. As much as they've been there for 30 years illegally, the government must find a solution for them.
Oh God, we got die.
That's what they have
Oh
here.
God, we got die. Oh God, we die. Oh God, why you first taking me down there, bro? Why you first taking me down there, bro? Why you first taking me, bro? Oh God. Why you first taking me, bro? Why you first taking me, bro? I can see I see no somebody there, so you better be like this.
I mean, that's why I love to leave it, folks. Let's do the closing. I don't think.
Let me close. I gotta go because the video says.
got away with murder for 30 years. I hear
Center. I understand the sentiment. I understand the empathy. I do empathize with them. But Stanton, our country is very lawless. Look, let me tell you something. For too long, people have taken a hold of people's property in this country. I'm a veteran. I know it. I see it every day. There's another potential civil war with land business in the country that have been unresolved. The notion that people believe that they can just squat on people's property and take it. Look, I have another, my good friend, I won't want to call his name. His property was sold right on brown property on Benson Street for $130,000 right under their nose. I don't know about this case, the specific about this case. This is a prime property. People knowing this quarter on it for years. And these people will seize those people's property as if to say it's their own property. They will make fake document and something. Let me tell you something. The law is the law. We need to stop the lawlessness in this country. I've seen people violating the law and say, oh, that woman, they go on the street. I've seen people use this sympathetic card. And they politicize everything in this country. Do not get the right thing done in Liberia because everything is about politics and about future vote, potential vote. Now, why Tony? I understand the thing. This man is crying. But how will you construct that kind of building on somebody else's property? What did you smoke? You think that person couldn't, you know how long that family have lived with all that money? I got similar thing happening in Ganta, all around the country. In fact, in Bikino, we had a neighbor. Half of the house were on our land. We did not break it. This guy, when we left, all left, he came, he left that house, came and encroached on our land, built a big fence. He will go break it down. It will tell him to break the house that is on the land. They will say, oh no, you'll be sunny. We need to stop. We need to resolve problem. Lawlessness need to stop. This is an act of lawlessness. All they crying and start crying, something, all the thing. I do feel sorry for them. The government can do something, but when they do it, look, government is not responsible to confer happiness on every citizen. The role of government is to create an environment.
Fadiga, don't lecture us about the role of government yet. Don't lecture us about the role of government yet, man. Don't do that.
I'm telling you.
Let me go my get on him, my man. Let me go my get on him. Don't lecture us about the role of government. Let me tell you something. The government should step in. The government, but we gotta go. Your time is up, Fadiga. Let me say your time is up. Let me say your 2 minutes. Not close. We are close, Fadiga. Let's close and go home, Fadiga.
Take a second. The government to provide an alternative location. Will these people take it? I do not know. That is the most the government can do. Give them some land. But other than that,
let Omar go before you, please.
Yeah, let me go then and tell you. Okay, I just want to say that what happened to them for breaking in the houses or whatever, we feel bad for them. As a mother, we feel bad. But like Fadiga said, we the Liberians, we need to follow the law. We need to follow the law. Center of our country is lawless. Nobody follows the law. Nobody wants to follow the law. It's very bad. If we don't fix it, we'll never fix it. For example, I have 13 acres of land in Marshall between Ben Kessley and Edwin Snow. I bought 13 acres of land there from the Bassa people. They sold my land. They've been selling my land small. I'm just watching them. Because I will clear every hostile on our land. I'm just watching them. I told them, I went to the land authority. They went there to carry the stop order. They call us for a meeting to land authority. We talk about it. I got all my papers and everything. I paid for the land. The passport decided that they will be selling my land to the people in the diaspora. When they buying the land, they're building on it. We have spoken to them, we're tired. Now you see, you know that the land is not yours. You're building on it. And I went there. The land authority told you, don't build on the land. It's locally. They're building on it. When I carry Caterpillar there now and bust it, and I will do that. Honestly, I'm waiting for them to finish building all their houses Yeah, we carry the front end loader and we bust everything down. We must learn to realize that other people in the money, you should take, you should consider
Well,
them.
I think, Auntie Mama, I think you guys not getting the point yet.
No, it's wrong.
Auntie Mama, we are not blaming you guys, the landowners, and thank God your own half of Liberia. What we are saying here, right? The government should step in.
Yeah, the government can make it somewhere. The government can find some of the local houses and take them in. I'm not saying that you should live in the street. Let the government in houses. But the law is the law. Yes.
Auntie Mama, it's okay.
I'm
right?
a victim too.
I know you are. Everybody here probably one way or the other somebody's squatting on the properties. But the issue here, the government, you are talking about over 20,000 folks over there in that community. 15,000 homes. They are giving us the report.
Stanton, I don't care how
Hey,
much
Stanton, I beg you, my brother, I beg you. Stanton Gay, he says, Stanton, we've been fighting this thing ever so long. He won his property. I'm not blaming him. I have the feelings for me, who have taken a different way. But the government that are responsible for everyone should intervene and find a solution. That's my argument I'm making.
I agree.
That's my argument I'm making.
I agree that it should relocate the people. Government can do that.
All right.
Government can do that.
Yeah, let me just close on that. You know, I watched a certain video clip on Facebook of an older man who went to the court. I think there was some traffic violation or something. He was going for his son who was sick, something, and then the judge asked him, he explained. The judge said, you know what, the law should have compassion of people. I will cancel your case and you can go because of the situation that's there. If the law is not compassionate towards people, it is not. And again, like you said, hey, we know the law is the law. We know. But where is the other side of the law that talks about compassion? Listen, this is a person who has died from cold.
Where's the compassion for the landowner?
Let me end now. This is my turn. You've had yours. You understand?
Wow, it like Graceman took the guy letter back.
It's another side to the law. That's way now. That's where because the government now, and like you said, Stanton, that's where the government needs to come in. Now, I don't like going back to this, but let me say. Once upon a time, after the government...
2 minutes already. Oh.
I'm not...
See you.
2 minutes already.
No, 1 minute at a time. Adika interrupted him. So let's get Asa do 1 minute.
Asa do give me 1 minute at a time. Asa do into 1 minute.
No.
So there was past the budget, everything. Somewhere incident happened around Popo Beach in the Freetown area. All of the houses there got burned. The president went to visit the president. We are about there, and he said, Senator, we got to fix the people place. We understand it is their thing, their property, but we got to come out the government. Look in the budget and take money. There was, noise around, it was not in the budget. What was it looking? Yeah, it's not in the budget. Should we allow our people to stay outside by the beach, or should we try to help them from? And he helped. And to end again, when the government is about to expand the road, what the government can do, they pay people who got things along the road. They break the houses down, they store the shop, they pay them. Although there is government land, but then because of, like I said again, there is another side to the law, which is the compassion one. But again, in my mind, there was a Muslim land or from You're confusing me. I'm
All right. Yeah, but go now. Your time finished. Go. No, your time finished and we gotta go, man. The woman, Glenny said your time finished. So Fatiga asked me, like, I'm gonna do a quick closing, then we'll bring Ava, we'll bring Mame, we'll bring Conor Gray. But your time finished. No, that mean. 30 seconds real quick. Angie Mama, 30 seconds real quick. But that's the issue here. Ava, I mean, Fatiga, you ask me what should the government do? This is why I think we have them better, right? And let's listen to it. Once they have given him the final of verdict that you won the case, that's your land, go and see it. I think the government should have stepped in, right? Call these people to a meeting, gave them time. Listen, that's his property. This land belongs to Stanley Gay. Let me finish. I beg you, let me finish. 30 years it wasn't Joseph Yema Boakai. Today we're talking about Joseph Yema Boakai government. I beg you, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I beg you, please. So at the end of the day, the government called them to a meeting, used the opportunity, tell them that, listen, Mr. Gay, can you give them 90 days? They will leave in 90 days, find place to go. The gentleman have to take a stand. This family need the land. It's been in this for 20 years. We can only give you guys 3 months or 6 months for you to relocate yourself. Now, in that condition, what the government can do to find some settlement for them, if the government have it, relocation package, right? And then at least you have something on the record, because the man have to, the family, the gay family have to take the property. But for us to say, but Fatiga, when you can disagree, or you want to Fatiga, let me finish. Fatiga, let me finish. Interrupting me when I help you. Let me finish. I beg you, my brother. So at the end of the day, that would be my own intervention. Let's take this route. Let's give them a chance. They will relocate themselves gradually. You can come and claim your land. And I think Stanton Gay wasn't going to say no if the government would have asked him. He was going to work alongside with the government. But for and seriously speaking, I'm happy he's speaking to his lawyer and he's going to appear on Spoon. We were asking the government should have intervened. Mame, seriously, I think the government should have. Mame, talk to us. Ava and Conor Gray will talk to us. Then Glenny, the timekeeper, will take us home.
I've had my own experience with this land issue. Maybe when the brother comes on the show, he can explain. Many times, I don't know about this case. Many times there will be rulings, there will be settlement in the court. The court will give them, say, 60 days, 90 days. They will not move.
They will not move.
I've experienced that. I'm not saying this will happen in the case. I've experienced that.
They will never move.
Sometimes they will be buying the land, and people will come there and say the land you buying at somebody's land. Say, "Mama, forget about that thing. Will face it."
Yes.
They'll be bidding the horse. The owner of the land will come and say, "They'll post stop order."
Same thing.
Say, "Mama, leave that thing. Can't go. They will pass to say they will face it." What we see today is just a cumulative effect of working back doors to get to the top. The land not for you, not for you. Be careful. But to Stanton's point, government has a role to play, not the court. The judge can be compassionate, but this is a case between two private citizens, or one group of private citizens and one other private citizen. It's not government voices. And the court made a decision, which is separate branch of government, and they executing the decision. What the government can do is to intervene, even if they had asked them before to leave and they refuse consistently. I'm not saying that's the case. What the government could do in this case is to talk to this private citizen whose right the court has restored to the property and say, "We are the government. We are aware this is your property. But can you allow us to talk to these people to take 90 days or 60 days to leave your land?" That is an appeal that the government will be making to a private citizen. Government is not imposing its will, but it's highly likely that he will accept the President Boakai calls him and say, "My son, please give me 60 days. Please give me 90 days. Let me talk and find a way to move these people. Some of them have relatives and friends. They can move there easily and their property will not be destroyed.
Thank you,
think that's
Mommy.
the
Your
role the
time is
government
up.
can play.
Thank you, Mommy. Your
Stop
time
being
is
and
up.
give the people time to move.
Thank you. Who's next?
You won't give me a 1 minute, I gotta go.
That would be Colonel Graham Ava. Then you can take us home, Glendy. But you go ahead, Andre Mama. You say 1 minute. Finish
Yeah.
up now.
What I wanted to say is that Azedo was saying something here, trying to make the government look bad. But as you know, I got a history. Starting from Old Echo Bank, from 5th Street, going all the way, I think you can see a long fence going from Old Echo Bank on that, is it 5th or 11th Street? That 5th, between 10th and 5th Street. Going all the way down, you see a long fence there. The people that were there, George Weah and West Clark, they own that land. They went to break that place and people were rolling and crying and rolling. They broke all the houses and they put a fence there. So I said, they shouldn't make it sound like that only the government doing it, oh, compassion and this and that. The law is the law. The law is the law. Our people will love you, but you got to learn to do the right thing. If the land is not yours, don't do it. So that's all I got to say. And the people in Marshall are coming for your 13 acre you're building on. I will come and clear all the
Thank
houses.
you very much, Andre Mama. We cannot put those announcement yet. That's your personal stuff. We want to say thank you for coming again, Andre Mama. Andre Mama, when you're on the show, can you stop flipping your hair like this? Like this too. There you go. Bye, Andre Mama.
You know, I can guarantee you that it's not the first time this guy is showing up for his property after 30 years. This has been a concerted effort, one success and failure to another. You understand? And I can guarantee you the law takes steps. Before you evict someone, you have to give them a statutory time to leave. I'm sure they've exhausted all of those. You know, my next place I want to see happening to is that Peace Island. That place is a big squatter camp. Belongs to the state. People are moved there. There's some people moved there because they got there first. They start selling land. That's another place I want to see because that site could be a very good tourism site in the future. But you know, back to this Stanton gay issue. I think the law cannot be sympathetic to one group of people at the BS of somebody else. If they were supposed to have evicted or follow the court order, will not be here in the first place. But I tell you what, Liberia is a country where people believe they can circumvent the law. You never know when a law-abiding president will appear. And unfortunately for them, this is that day. And they can make all the noise. But I think the law has taken its course. Justice has been served. Another thing I want to say about that 40,000 people on payroll, let's go back and reevaluate those 40,000. I want to believe not all of them are physical persons. If you go back to verify, maybe about 1/3 of that are just Vlad, ghost names. And then go back and look at how many of them were carried over from previous administration because for people to get on payroll, it can be very difficult. Whether or not, if those people were hired legitimately, I would say, find ways to reorient them and let them become functional employees of government. But to be frank, I wish they can even draw down the government by 60,000. That would be better because you know what? Then government will have tangible reasons to sustain some of the programs that will benefit those very people. But to just put somebody on payroll because you want to find them job, that's not how you run government. And I listen to Isaac Doe. Sometimes I wonder his level. I mean, I don't want to step on his person, but I'm appalled sometimes at the statement he makes. And we have to go forward and think like we are agent of the state and not enemy of the state. I will end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel Gray.
Yes. You know, this land business, it has a lot of different angles. That's one of the reasons me and some friends, and you say that ad Stanton, but it's a serious thing. That's why we form a company like Piso Solutions that has a branch, Pepperbird Area Services, to try to see how we can harmonize this land thing. This government is supposed to create a cadastral of previous governments. Now it's this government responsibility to ensure that every parcel of land in this country is identified, has ownership. Either it's government land, either it's public land, or either it's private property. And until we can do that and be able to easily identify and publicize land, these situations will happen. We have problems. And luckily, I mean, at 20,000 people, I saw 7 or 8, police people over there. Those people, if they had wanted to use force, it could have resulted into something different. Yes, the police can get reinforced, but the community could have fought it. But the reality is that guy's legal property. And I'm sure, like Remy said, it was not the first day that he be engaging those people. I don't know how many years they be in court. But squatters, unfortunately, in Liberia, tend to feel like the property is theirs. They don't recognize ownership. And most times, unfortunately, because of probably the war, today, if it's not by force, most people don't move. It's a sad situation. I do agree with you that government should have tried some kind of intervention. And it should be a national policy to decongest this Monrovia. There is so much more better quality of life outside of Monrovia, but because the people can't earn anything, if you in River says, I don't care how you hustle during the day, you will not even get something from anybody. You in Monrovia, you hustle, you can pay, you can do this, you can do that, you can get something. So until we can try to create other opportunities where people, whether that 2-for-5 job, whether that labor job, or whether that's just the opportunity to hustle and to do day jobs around people, we have to build other urban areas and give people, especially through agriculture, the opportunity to own their own business or to do something in collaboration with other people. And until this government start thinking big about decongesting Monrovia and decentralizing the country and empowering these counties to have actual, operations, ownership of the financial ownership of some of the concessions and be a vital part of our economy, we have these kind of problems, So if Mr. Stanton had been spoken to, maybe he will have considered it. But the fact is, this probably has been going on for a long time. I got 8 acres in Broadway right now that has been encroached on. At some point, I will have to make a decision. And I'm sure there are a lot of people, especially people in the diaspora, who left the land for a while. And the caretaker couldn't stop people from getting on it, or sometimes they didn't have caretaker. Some people are coming to us now who don't even know where the land is. They got the deed, and the prior deeds that they made before don't have coordinates. I can tell you exactly. They just say that cornerstone bearing to the right, going 30 degrees south, 550 feet, blah, blah, blah. So we need to change the land system. It's going to be the next big thing that could cause problem in the country. And hopefully this government will take note, because it's an important thing, and find some kind of way to relieve those people. All those children tonight, where are they going to sleep? We don't have a disaster management.
Now that we're talking, you asked the right question. Where would he sleep? I'm not saying that. And his name is Stanton Gay. So Mr. Gay, when I spoke to him, I think he's a compassionate individual. Seriously. If he explained his story, you will understand that they've been waiting for over so many years, fighting for this thing. And that's why I said the government should address, Just talk to him 3 to 6 months and find a solution to relocate them. All right. So we'll be happy, to talk to him. It's a very, very sensitive issue because Glennie, as you know, children are supposed to be going to school. They are not going to school, who pregnant women, and this is just, I don't know. It's just me. I don't know. But talk to us, Glennie. Take us home, man. Tomorrow we'll be having a great show. Let me just announce real quick. So Jerome Smith will be on. He went with the vice president, and he will be on by God's grace. I believe he will. We'll be bringing in again these folks from the problem at Capley Hospital, where they're breaking down their homes. We'll be talking to them. We'll probably go live from that end again tomorrow. We have another issues coming up. We'll be discussing national issue. Just bring your best. Let's talk about Liberia, because every day is something new. Whether we do the 1/3 of the budget, today is the 3rd. The people got to take pay for March, and there will be another 1/3 because these guys are not touching the budget anytime soon. So, Glennie, thank you. Take us home, man. You did well with the time issue today.
Yeah, we'll keep working on it. I'm a new job here.
Yeah, but don't be biased here with the time issue.
That's a new position. That's a tenure position.
That's not a tenure. I don't do tenure. I don't do tenure. No. That's a tenure. When the president leaving, you should leave. If you don't
No, not leaving, we stay.
I don't think you're biased. She was on point today.
I was.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say that this land thing is one of the things that I'm dreading. My father's son, and he has a lot of land in Grand Bassa County, number 2. And I'm his eldest child. And he didn't leave all the proper documents in place. And my mother and I, we speak about it all the time. She wants me to go home. There's no way I can go home 2 weeks, Liberia, to check on land. So this is one thing that is really bothering me. Like, what? I have to be able to put some things in place where, of course, I have to go and resurvey some areas. I do have some of the Ds, but some I don't have. But it's like
secure the ones you got first.
Yes. So, but it's
consult with me. Come consult with me.
All right, I will talk to you because I really need help, and there's a lot more people like me who have this issue, and we don't know where to start from. And I am his, like the people say, I'm his legitimate child. My mother is a widow from him. So, of course, I have letter of administration from her for the properties.
Why you stress on the legitimate child? Your father get other children outside?
Yes,
because her papa didn't follow Dwalu law. Her papa didn't follow Dwalu law.
No,
I'm saying that not to make any bad thing, but it's just that my mother is alive and I'm the only surviving offspring from the 2 of them. And they were still married when my father died. But suffice it to say that this is something that we need to be able to address. I hear it. It's kind of sad when you see the story, see those people crying today. It's really, really sad. But it's something that it's serious too. Some people, they go back and forth with those people, and sometimes they say no, they don't want to hear it. In Liberia, they say land carry horse. So that's the difficult thing too. But my heart goes out to them. But I also wanted to mention, Stanton, the house that got burned. The lady sent me a text, Judy Stryker. She said there's a church member, one of her church members' house. The lady lives in Trenton.
Where?
The house that got burned yesterday in New Jersey.
Okay.
The owner of the house lives in Trenton, Esther Guer. And imagine her watching it on Spoon last night. The house getting burned was very, very sad. So I just want to send our hearts out to her and give her some virtual hugs. It's not easy. It's a difficult thing if you work so long, build your house, and then to just see it go up in flames. So I wanted to just send a shout out to her and say, I'm so sorry. Hopefully the government can really attack this fire stuff. Kudos to Mohammed Ba. I would hope that they can engage that young man and work out something. This is a private citizen who's doing such great work. We're helping with the fire. The fire service authority should reach out to him. Somebody knows if he knows what to do and he's doing something, we should not just let it go. We should be able to engage him and work out something. But great show. It was good. Good being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Glennie. Yeah, she called me Glennie. I spoke to her, and I told her after the show I will hear more about her. And it's good that you brought it up. We want to say thanks to all of our many followers. Again, folks, something is happening with our page. Whenever you're watching the show, they're asking you to sign in. I don't know why, but we're trying to remove that sign in. Everyone should be free to just watch the show, just get in. We cannot put no sign in. So if you're seeing these different information coming up, try to inform us. There should be no restriction of you watching your own program. Okay? Anyway, coming from whether soup or fabric or spoon, just let us know. We're gonna go back through our technician to get it fixed. We want you to share the program. Yeah, we want to change our privacy. We want you to watch the show. We want you to be able to share it. You know, we're here having fun and discussing the issue that concerning Liberia. We say thank you always for joining us. Don't forget, we have Mo Ali asset declaration information. We have Samuel Tway asset declaration information. We have nearly everybody now. It's a good thing that we have them and we'll be sharing them. Okay? Just because you need to know, you really need to know.
You forgot one thing to know. You forgot one thing. There is a picture of my man Yeke on circulating on social media.
Hey Lord.
Deliberately forgot about that thing.
What's that?
Look at it.
You see the picture?
Which picture?
Address it.
Yeke that beat me when you were in SOD. Yeke got a picture of a school-age girl.
But we addressed it. Yeke called on the show. You came late.
How come late?
You came late. We addressed it. We're supposed to
Yeke said I security. He said you were addressing Sunday.
He said the girl at his security?
He said you were addressing everything Sunday.
About it on Sunday.
All right, I'm waiting for him.
So the issue is some people complaining that they blocked them from the spoon page. Those are not the people you talk for, right?
No. When you're watching the show, there's sometimes when the guys going live, you want to comment and say you can't comment, you got to agree to something or sign in. No, we can't do that. Everybody should be able to comment. Now, those people that say that black, listen, the only thing I know to do on the show is to black. To unblack, I'm able to do it.
No,
so if I black
you have to agree to with the page guideline, especially if you're new on the page. Facebook will say
people have reached out to me.
But the only thing I learned is to black. I didn't learn to unblack. So if I can go back and learn that one, then I will unblack all those people that are crying. You know, if the people black you, I don't like those that used to black. That were Ben Sevi. He really used to black on the show every day. Ben Sevi used to black more than any other person. He's not here now, so you got to go back to him, let him unblack you. You know, because I can't help it.
You have access to the admin page.
I do, but I don't know how to unblack.
You must, Tinto.
Not good now, I can walk you through, man. Yeah.
No, I don't have the time.
I mean, you don't stay there, you want that to be.
Yeah, people have met me. I mean, there's a lady that say, I want you to ask Stanton what I did. How would I know what you did on the page? I said,
but Nelson, come on, Nelson, you gotta unblack everybody. To tell you the truth, listen. People that black people here, it's not me. I got nothing to do with blacking.
Be black. What can be possibly every time you cause me?
Look, you gotta have thick skin to be here. That's it. But Stanton got thick skin. How Stanton black? And I can make the case for you because I don't know the circumstance.
I really want to unblack, but I don't know how to do it. If anybody know, you want to teach me how to unblack, let me know.
No.
There you go.
Fadiga, let them unblack people. Look, this is a national page. Everybody wants to have a
Saturday. I mean, well, everybody want to have it. Don't kind of start crossing your friend and that. Nobody pay anybody.
If I were black, if I were blacking people, remember they used to call me laptop roll. Yeah, I'm not black.
You did that to you, right? And you know who did that to you? Mo Ali.
Mo Ali. Go after Mo Ali.
Such was politics. That's all right. But the idea you go in my black page is empty. Only one guy, I think a 419 guy with plenty of money can be around.
Yeah, Nelson, you want to come on, Nelson?
That man got more than I don't know what kind of name, man. All kinds.
But my take on the gray is like I really know how to black, but I don't know how to unblack. Seriously.
Nelson knows how to unblock. Give me access to the admin page.
Oh man, I see you
Nelson,
guys, man.
Nelson,
It's almost 1 a.m. in Miami.
Nelson, I'm asking you, please unblock everybody that black, okay? Please
Yeah,
do that if
you
you
can
can.
just get there and say unblock all.
Go
Okay.
ahead. Nelson, you know you're not supposed to do that, right?
So it almost like they send a confirmation. Yes to all. So
We're gonna pass to you.
the people who perform, the people who didn't perform, so that how come do they think? Oh? Some people cause bad way, some people just do small thing.
I don't listen, man. I care less. Just unblock everybody. Let everybody have the chance.
Politics. Look, politics is a contentious game. Look, you got to have, if you don't have the skin for politics.
Yeah.
I was watching the show yesterday. I saw Uncle Sam yelling. I said, Uncle Sam, at this age, you're supposed to have the skin more thicker than elephant. We let people just be getting under you all the time, man. You know.
Yeah, well, guys, it
we
was
have
a good show.
We have our
You know,
own chat room.
let me tell you something, right? So Conor will come late and he try to keep us here. I go on. It was a good show, your buyer.
No, Nelson.
Yes,
I want
sir.
to ask you about the land business. What do you think about the land business in Liberia?
It's a serious issue. Most of the land dealers, majority of them are in the business of selling land to 2-3 persons, and it brings about serious conflict. I mean, we've spoken to some legal people who have come up with some provisions on the laws. In fact, that it is criminal, that person can be dealt with. But again, the enforcement, and a lot of people in the country feel so. Okay, sorry. Please come in. Let me make quick adjustment.
Our land lawyer coming on. Okay, so while Nelson is gone, you share your thoughts on the land issue, Remy.
Eh?
Share your thoughts on the land issue if you have any.
No, I know you guys are you know, we have to there are certain things that we as a nation can grab easily based on best practices that exist elsewhere. Look, in running a country, you don't have to have everything, but there are certain things that you can have. To digitalize property, real property, I don't think it's that difficult. To have each parcel, each home identified with a unique identifier. I don't think it's anything difficult. To have all our street named, to have our houses numbered. I don't think it's a difficult thing.
Well, Mr.
I know, right? I disagree with you, but go ahead, Nelson.
Alpha and Conor Remy Gray, we are seriously impressed with time. We have
All right.
yeah, we have just a few minutes to the next show, and we have to set up, share the link. And all that.
We'll discuss the land business another day.
Oh, yeah.
So enjoy
yeah.
your show.
Okay, sir. Conor Gray, thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Enjoy your show, my brother.
Okay, sir.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Well, again, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you out there for being here with us today on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Thanks to our folks in Radio Land who've been live across several radio stations in Liberia. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5 FM. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country. Thanks to Trend Radio in Grand Creek County. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bon County.
and of course, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, for relaying this program. Many thanks to all of the other radio stations across the country that will most times relay the program without telling us. We still appreciate you. Thanks for being a part of this journey to inform and educate Liberians across the country. Thanks to our audience online on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate all of you for always being here with us on the show. And the invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. It's going to be a great show. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio. Fascinating discussion, as you heard the CEO and the rest of the team said. So they will be here tomorrow to take you through another great show. Until then, have a good night. My name is Nelson Collier. Coming up shortly is the late night show, or the late night politics on Spoon. And you can make up time to join us as if you can. Until then, have a good night, and bye-bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan Tony with the Spoon, and your boy, Friday the South Man, Charges on the beat.
To the Spoon to get your information. To the Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon.